Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very special episode of Friendly Fire, where multiple teams will be pleading their case for your team face-off votes. Remember, not only can you pick who you think will be the overall winner of the NA PCS2 Grand Finals, but you can also pick which team will outscore the other in a two-team face-off.
Two teams that really need the points, Chubba.
Look at Zenith outraining hell onto ATC.
And
No.
Illusion.
Oh, and
There
the
you go.
cover's gone.
All right, first up today, we have Purdy Curdy from Shoot to Kill and Sharp Shot from Team Veritas. Kurt, why should fans continue to pile their coupons onto STK, and why should they not pick Veritas?
Yeah, I think you should always vote for SDK because I think world-renowned at this point, we're the best team in North America. And obviously, whether you look at the leaderboard now or almost any time, we'll always be above Veritas.
All right, Sharp Shot, keep it plain and simple. Why do fans need to be picking Team Veritas, and why do they not need to pick the returning champion, Shoot to Kill?
Let me just say they were champions on a tiebreaker. And the reason that they shouldn't be picking them, because every 4v4 they have had against Veritas, they have lost. Just in week one, day two, we 4v4 them on the north, and we're going to be taking some more north rotates towards them, so get ready for that.
Still salty about that hot drop, aren't we?
Yeah, your 4v4s don't show up on the leaderboard, so we'll be all right.
All right, fellas, thank you so much for joining me. Once again, this has been Purdy Curdy from Shoot to Kill and Sharp Shot from Team Veritas. Boys, have a great week.
Thank you, Poro, and thank you to all the fans watching. Keep voting Shoot to Kill. We'll do our best to get it for you.
Make sure you guys vote Veritas, because SK is going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard next week. Thanks for having me, Poro.
All right, next up we have Sonic's Tiggleton joining us, as well as Kickstart from Zenith. Kickstart, tell me, why should fans be putting their coupons onto you guys, and why should they not be picking Sonics?
I mean, we're just going to win. It's just that simple. I mean, they're just going to W key like 5 more times and get a 0-point game, so they're just going to lose their lead and we're going to win. Have you seen Tig's like fanboys in his chat? Do you really want to be a part of that?
All right, Tiggleton, why should fans be picking Sonics, and why should they be avoiding Zenith at all cost?
When their team pulls up on me, I 1v3 them. Well, realistically, what have Zenith ever done? I just don't see any reason to waste a vote on them.
Bro, I don't know what you want me to say.
All right, gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me again. This has been Kickstart from Zenith and Sonic's Tiggleton. Guys, have a great weekend this weekend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And remember to vote Zenith.
So peace out. See you guys next weekend, and vote Sonics.
All right, joining me now from the comments, we have Yaxley, and from Houston Hardships, we have Chubba Bubba. Yaxley, why should fans be picking your team to win PCS2, and why should they not be picking the Houston Hardships?
Fans should pick Comets because we're the week 2 wonders. We always pop off during week 2, and D-Treats especially. He averages like 5 kills per game during every single week 2 game from PCS1 and 2. You shouldn't pick Hardships because they have Chubba Bubba, and it's just not the play.
Chubba Bubba, do you agree 2 week wonders or week 2 wonders, regardless of how you look at comments? I mean, they had 2 good weeks and then they kind of tail off. But Houston Hardships, you've been very, very consistent. Why should fans pick your team over the Comets?
It's pretty simple, really. We have the experience, you know. Comets, they're kind of some up and comers. They're used to being on the right side of the leaderboard in the double digits, you know, and they're kind of back to where they belong so far in the finals. And it is weird that they're called Comets because Comets move so fast, but these Comets just like to sit in a compound and try to get fed the whole game, you know?
You actually, Comets, very speedy, but they're always speedy when falling to Earth. Do you agree?
I disagree, and I disagree with their consistent placements. Their placements are consistently under what you would expect them to be at. In terms of experience, the only one with experience is Maluk. They just yapped them off the best team and thought, yeah, now we'll do good, and they just been bad this whole year.
If the comet that killed the dinosaurs had Yaxley's aim, my backyard would look like Jurassic Park.
All right, thank you guys so much for joining me again. This has been Yaxley from the Comets and Chubba Bubba from Houston Hardships. Guys, thanks so much for joining me, and good luck this week.
Thanks, Poro. Make sure you vote for Comets and not for Hardships.
Thank you very much, Paro. Make sure you guys stay hard for Hardships and get those pick'ems in.
All right, next up we have the coach for Radiance, Ryan, and we also have Coach Trevor from Oath. So, Ryan, after week 1, day 1, you got 5 points. Meanwhile, Oath is out here getting a whole bunch of points. So you still think that fans should pick Radiance over Oath?
even with bad performances, you can still be at the top of your game. And I'm sure that you should know that because that's pretty much been your entire career.
That's true.
5 points. We're just making it hard for ourselves, and we'll see how the rest of the tournament goes.
Trevor, clearly your team doesn't believe in making it hard for yourself by going out there and collecting all these points in week 1. Are you missing the boat here? Are you slipping? Has Radiance got your number here on this one?
We just kind of took the path of least resistance, kind of like you have in your casting career. And, Radiance is doing well as well. They get carried by Los, arguably, just like you do on the casting team every week.
All right, whoa. All right, calm down, guys. We're not supposed to be going after me. You guys are supposed to be going after each other, man. This is friendly fire, all right? Trevor, why should fans pick Oath? And more importantly, why shouldn't they be picking Radiance?
Well, Poro, I'm not one to go after an easy target. So, I'd rather take out the big head honcho in the room, which was you. That's why I took a shot at you there, Chief. The results speak for themselves.
Ryan, do you believe the results speak for themselves?
I mean, it sounds like Oath's getting comfortable again early in a tournament when they have a lead. And, we all saw what happened last time.
All right, well, you heard from those guys, but that's not all. Here are the rest of the teams here to tell you why they deserve your PCS Pick'em Challenge votes.
Hey guys, vote for 303. Stay home and stay safe and watch PUBG Esports.
I'm Melon from ATC. Vote for us, make dream come true.
Vote for Carnage, let's go!
Yo guys, this is Wooly. Make sure you vote for Duel in the PCS2 Pick'em Challenge.
Hey guys, vote Illusion, not these other teams right here.
Hey guys, make sure you vote for Liberate in the PCS Pick'em Challenge and watch us climb to the top by sending all your favorite teams back to the lobby where they belong.
The following team could not be reached for comment. Well, that's going to do it for this special episode. Thanks to all the teams for joining me, and thanks to all of you for watching. But now it's time to get back into the games. Now, all that's left to figure out while we go into week 2, who are the contenders, who are the pretenders. We're going to find out after today. We will be halfway through, and we'll be ready to set up for that final week of these grand finals. Let's take a quick look at the overview, how we got here, where we're going after we leave. We started off with a new strategy here, which we'll get to a little bit. We're new with the maps, but you can see we are playing on the third there, that second Thursday. We had Asia pop off earlier today, so make sure you guys check out the other regions of the PCS2 Grand Finals as well. We have one more day tomorrow on the 4th, and then we will wrap things up with APAC and EU for this weekend. Before we go into our Grand Finals weekend, you can see we are going to be on the 10th and the 11th. Here is our format. We started off with 4 on Miramar before heading over to Erangel for 4, and today we will be bringing it back once again to the classic 4 Erangel matches on the day. And it's been there's been some mixed opinions about it. We'll see how the teams feel about it after today. Point system is going to be the one that we have gotten to know and love over the course of the past year. 10 points rather for first place, and at 1 point per kill. Let's take a quick look at our pricing for this Grand Finals event. There is a $200,000 grand prize pool, on top of which will be added 12.5% of the in-game sales for all of those fantastic PCS2 skins. If you haven't gone over there to get your hands on those, make sure you do that. You can also get them through or get coupons and EP by just watching. We'll touch on that a little bit more here. Actually, we'll touch on it right now. There will be Twitch drops and quizzes during PCS2 live streams and PCS2 Twitch broadcast channels for every single one of these PCS2 events. So if no matter when you watch, you can collect EP. You can also do the quizzes, get your shot at getting another coupon for those pick'em challenges. But we're going to have a video real quick to explain how that pick'em challenge works. And so you can try to get as many of those awesome skins as you can. Check it out.
Hello PUBG Esports fans. The Pick'em Challenge is back, and just in time for PUBG Continental Series 2, with some new improvements to make earning those great rewards even easier. That's right, starting with PCS2, we've extended the Pick'em Challenge event and increased the number of matches, allowing you more time and opportunities to collect the points you need to earn awesome, unique rewards. You'll also be able to earn more free voting coupons than before, while having opportunities to earn esports points just by watching our live PCS2 broadcasts. The PCS2 Pick'em Challenge takes place from August 19th to September 8th for PC fans, and August 27th to September 8th for fans on console. During this time, you can check out real-time tournament standings, information on participating teams, and player stats in the esports tab in-game. After PCS2 finishes, you'll be able to spend your earned EP in the esports shop from September 15th until the 23rd. The shop is filled with exclusive PCS2 themed skins you can't get anywhere else, so make sure you spend your points while you can. Like before, the Pick'em Challenge is divided into 2 games, Pick the Winner and Team Face-Off. Pick the Winner lets you predict the overall champion from each region. You can only vote for each team once, but with a 100,000 EP prize, you're looking at up to 400k if your prediction game is on point. You'll need to use a voting coupon to cast votes for this game, which can be earned by purchasing PCS2 gear in the shop or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 25% of each PCS2 item sold goes directly back to the teams via evenly distributed direct payments and by bolstering the regional tournament prize pools, so you're getting cool stuff, increasing your odds to win even more cool stuff, and helping your favorite PUBG esports teams in the process. Team Face-Off is a game where you predict which of 2 teams will perform better in an upcoming matchup, and plays a little differently than PCS1. It's still a free game that doesn't require any voting coupons, but EP prizes will not be weighted based on how many votes each team has gotten. So it's up to you where to risk and where to play safe. Catching the intense PCS2 action live is its own reward, but you can also increase your Pick'em Challenge odds by watching live. Just like PCS1, codes will periodically show up on screen during the broadcast. Enter these in-game quickly, as only a certain number of people can claim each one. We'll also be giving out coupons and EP on Twitch through Twitch Drops. Twitch Drops are currently only available for Steam accounts and can only be acquired by watching on Twitch. To participate, make sure your Twitch, Steam, and PUBG accounts are all linked. You can get started easily by visiting accounts.pubg.com and logging in or creating your PUBG account if you haven't already. From here, you'll have easy access to link your accounts. Once linked, you can earn 1 free voting coupon and up to 20,000 EP just by spending time watching the PCS2 action live on Twitch. During the stream, you'll also be able to participate in quizzes that randomly appear on the official twitch.tv/PUBG channel. Answer correctly, get rewarded. PCS2 is happening soon, so familiarize yourself with the teams and plan out your strategy. All 4 PUBG regions are participating, and you can vote on them all. The more you watch, the better your odds of scoring unique skins for your own matches. PUBG Esports, PCS2, and the Pick'em Challenge. Get in on the action today.
There you go, guys. Just as easy as that. So keep in mind, coupon codes are going to be given out throughout the broadcast after each and every single matchup. Now, I will say make sure you have your PUBG open and ready to go because these coupon codes fly off the shelves pretty quickly. Now, you can still collect EP by watching throughout the day, and if you don't get your hands on a coupon code from watching North America PCS2 today, you can also watch Asia in the morning, or you can watch Europe or APAC this weekend. There's multiple chances for you to pick up those coupons and collect even more EP for yourself. So make sure that you tune in as much as possible. And while you're tuning in, while you're watching now, you might notice I have some friends. I got friends. With me on the analyst today are going to be Clover and Godspeed. Clover, ma'am, how are you doing this lovely, lovely Thursday?
I'm doing so wonderful. How are you? About you guys? Godspeed, how are you, my good man?
I'm just excited about coupons.
You excited about them coupies?
Some coops, yeah, man. It's another beautiful day of grand finals. We had a pretty. I'm gonna be honest. I think last week was super exciting, more so than maybe even the last grand final. So I'm looking forward to today.
Well, it definitely started off pretty interesting. There's a lot of surprises, Clover, which I guess we'll get to talking about here soon as we kind of make our way through the pregame. Surprises in good ways and surprises in bad ways. Anything that really kind of stood out to you that you want to just get in here first, get in here early so Godspeed doesn't get to steal it from you?
I think we're just going to go ahead and pull the Band-Aid off and kind of address what happened with Shoot to Kill in week 1. That was a little bit of a lackluster performance on day 1. Obviously, they really didn't do much for those first 3 matches, coming in second there on the last game for Miramar. And then we switched to Erangel. Did kind of all right, but still nothing absolutely spectacular. They did manage to climb themselves up a little bit higher on the leaderboard, but we don't see them in the top 5 right now. And I think that's something that's
true.
A little bit of a surprise for a lot of people.
That's true. Well, obviously, we got to talk about STK being the returning champions and how they've been doing. But we do have 16 teams in this lobby. Let's take a quick, brief moment to introduce you to all of them. First, we got 303 Esports, Any Trolls in the chat, Carnage Gaming, and Comets. I think a lot of people had 303 on their radar as a team coming into this weekend being pretty hot, but they've been pretty much the opposite so far. Just having the lowest overall time survived. They did have kind of an interesting game in the final game of week 1 where they did a hot drop onto Illusion down in Primorth. We'll have to see if that holds up here today. But Any Trolls in the chat, surprising a lot of people, performing really well. Carnage Gaming and Comets kind of performing around average. They're in striking distance. But Clover, tell us about our next teams.
Yeah, I mean, right. Next kind of coming up is going to be, I guess, there we go. Dodge, Duel, Fabled, and Houston Hardships. And Dodge has had a very disappointing already at the bottom of the leaderboard with only 15 kills. I mean, Cropfina, Reno, Corsac, we've seen so much from them, and they have a lot of great plays during the group stages, but for whatever reason, really bad start for week 1. That said, Duel kind of in a little bit of a similar boat. Danny G was actually able to pull off a lot of impressive kind of moves for them last week, but it wasn't really enough to take them too high on the leaderboard. Fabled, on the flip side of that, had an absolute insane day 1 on Miramar, right? It opens
Shocking.
with chicken dinner, but Hella, Greg Shot, Hacksteady, Rip, they've been doing quite a lot, and, Hardships as well. Chubba, Lobes, Malouk, J-Sank, you know what, they've been warm. A warm start for week 1. I'm kind of expecting to see a little bit more from them today.
All right, Godspeed. Tell us a little bit about our next 4 teams on the board.
I would be happy to.
I know
Porosaurus.
you would. I know you would.
Illusion, Liberate, Oath, Radiance. I mean, Illusion, we've talked about them time and time again. Adam, coming to this roster has been a godsend for them. They've been playing so much better, and we can see the improvement. Liberate, oh man. These guys have slowly been picking up ever since the end of group stages, and they are just on fire. I really love watching Liberate work. And they've just been incredible. Oath, they're incredible players. This roster's nuts with the addition of Pat Caps. I think that's elevated them. And then Radiance, I mean, the guys that I really wanted to see do very well have not had the best start so far.
Sus at best for Radiance. But we got 4 more teams, Clover. Bring us home.
I mean, Shoot to Kill, Sonics, Veritas, Zenith Esports, one of the powerhouses from PCS1, obviously returning once again here for PCS2. Shoot to Kill are leaders in the group stage. A bit of a faulty start for week 1. Purdy Curdy helped bring it back just a little bit there on the end, so we'll see how well they do perform today. That said, Sonics had an amazing week. Tickleton right now up there top for kills and damage, along with Shrimsy Mime. I mean, this has been a really great kind of dynamic to see how they've changed. And Veritas, same thing. Sharp Shot had a lot of really great moments. I'm excited to see how they pull this out. And of course, Zenith, a couple questions on the way that Roth has been running the show, but I think if they can maybe get one more good game under their belt, might be able to pull off some magic here.
Yeah, definitely some good performances from a lot of those teams. Sonics in particular, I think, standing out, obviously being in first place right now. A lot of those Sonics fans have to be excited. But that being said, Godspeed, we're only a third of the way through this thing. Is it time to really start pumping yourself up and saying we got this, or is it time to maybe pull back a little bit and say, okay, well, let's see how we're sitting after week 2?
No, I think the first option is definitely the best. These guys need to make sure that they're coming at these games very hard. One weekend is already down. Going into the second weekend, this is really kind of the rally point for these guys to get back into the game, especially the teams on the right side of the leaderboard, some that have been struggling. And I don't think slowing down and taking anything easy is going to be the play here for any of these guys. Even for teams like Sonics, who are currently in first, they're really only in first by double digits, if any. So, or barely double digits, I should say.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Clover, if you had a bad week 1, it's not all over yet, is it?
No, I mean, historically, when we look at all these grand finals, some teams will come out strong on day 1 and falter through the end, and on the flip side, go out a little bit weak and come out strong. And I think that we can't discount some of those teams that we really were expecting to do well that kind of struggled a bit. I mean, now that said, if they struggled today and tomorrow, then I think we're going to have some serious questions onto I think the validity of what's going on these rosters. But that said, we've got 4 more days left, and we'll see.
Well, so far it has been a somewhat of a blessing as far as circles go. We haven't had anything too crazy, but you got to imagine that having all 4 maps being played in the same day has had some kind of impact. Real quick, let's take a look at what happened during week 1. Here's a quick highlight video. Highlights! That's for you, Toffees. That's for you, buddy.
Yee.
So much damage is coming out left and right.
Ooh, he tried to pull up. Ice stick on the backside of the tree here. It's a barrel-on-barrel fight.
Quad can't find him just on the other side of the car here. Peek around a little bit lower. There you go. Finds him underneath. Gets a knock. Quabi gets later. Roth and Kickstart. 3 players down. Looks to flush it out. Looking for an angle here onto Radiance. This looks like made it up on there. Finds the last one. Kickstart looking for another angle on the rest of Radiance as the team pushing in, trying to stay alive. But beautiful angle there. Will get the knock onto Waldo. The rest of Radiance needs to make a play and push themselves right into Kickstart.
Nice.
Kickstart finds another one. Los goes down. Speaking of stepping it up, he's from Tarsus and Radiance.
Nice
both 2 teams that really need the points. Chubba getting the knock and flushed here. Comments actually stole quite a bit of this.
Zenith, though. Look at Zenith outraining hell onto ATC.
Try and stay alive. Meanwhile, Oath caught on their rotation.
No.
Illusion.
And the cover's gone. That was Freelo's cover besides the smoke. It's rough, but it's going to happen.
Kudos to Radiance for being patient on this as well, as they've been quiet. Greg Shot, though, will get the knock onto Landoon. Hasn't picked up the flush just yet. There it is.
Driving into South George at 4 minutes, unless you're, wanting to run face first into shoot to kill. Greg Shot already coming up over the top here. He does not realize how close Corsac is, but he's going to find Crop. That's going to be the first down. Can he get 2? Yeah, he can. Can they finish out Reno? Give him 7. Zenith boys, Kickstart, going to get him low. He's going to get him dead.
ATC now. Melon actually going to find Wooly over there. Master Select good for the flush. For a white blank, he just hasn't got his gun equipped. Hwin? Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is when we expect things to. Oh yeah.
Oh no. Ooh. Matt?
No, don't do it to him.
Do it to him, please, God, do it to him. Oh, gets one.
God, he's gonna get
the
one
flush.
Of them.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Win is going to come around the side, take a few shots, not going to find anything. Will he find this one? Yes, he will. He'll find Sharp Shot. They can find the last one. That's going to be it, clean as you like. And there you go. Some highlights from that week 1, guys. I know we were sitting there watching that, and we a couple of things stood out. In particular, we were all noticing that Simply Matthias play there at the end for Liberate, almost clutching that out with that rooftop play. Godspeed. Look, hey, Liberate, 5 top 5s so far, more than any other team. Only 29 kills. Only 29 kills. Do we think Liberate's the real deal here? I know we're going to talk about them a little bit more later.
I'll be honest. I think they've improved immensely, and I think they're a team to be watched now. I mean, I wouldn't have said that to you in the last grand finals. Going back into even the PCS1 group stages. But man, Liberate has really come up. They've leveled up. Yeah, they're a little low on kill points, but at the same time, I think they've really come together as a squad, and it's obviously shown. I mean, they're currently in 4th place.
Yeah, and Clover, we got Sonic's Oath And any trolls in the chat in our top 3?
It's so exciting to see, right? I know, okay, discount any trolls you want. I've been watching these guys for months, really pretty much for the whole year, and every stage they have just brought out so many surprises, as you said, and I want to say, it's really been hard work. This is a team that didn't show up for scrims prior to the finals, and I think that there might have been some strategy to that, hiding whatever it was that they brought, because, I mean, look, 47 kills, 69 total points. It's great to see.
We've heard of teams in the past that have done that, where they just kind of avoid scrims and just kind of, they'll play the game and everything, and they'll just kind of take it easy going in, and they see some degrees of success. We'll have to see if any trolls in the chat can keep that going. I think I got a couple of fun stats that I've seen from these total leaderboards. But let's take a look at our standout overall. We have from week 1, obviously, guys, we're going with Sonics, right? 85 points in 8 games is the best that they've done since week 2, where they put up 95, and that was with 2 more games. Sonics just bragging right now.
Yeah, the soliloquies these guys are out of control. I love this team. I love this team name. I think the management behind this team is great. They've obviously supported the PUBG boys really well, and I'm all for this team. I feel like PCS1 Grand Finals was disappointing for these guys, and I feel like they're making up for it now. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tiggleton as well is a fantastic addition here, right? 19 kills. I think he's second in kills right now for all the players involved.
Let's take a look at an underdog that we had discussed coming into this, and we've already touched on him a little bit, but Liberate, Simply Matthias, Attic, Wabi, Ice Tech, currently sitting in 4th place. They are, Clover touched on it a little bit, Godspeed. What is it about these guys that's really sticking out to you?
I just feel like their team play and their fighting mechanics have also become way tighter in the way that they've kind of been able to wipe teams or really put some damage out there. And again, I think they've just really come together as a squad overall, and it's shown. This is the best we've ever seen this team, so I love it.
Well, we got one more to look at, and that's going to be our surprise team. And Clover, I guess we already touched on it a little bit, didn't we? I'm getting ahead of myself all over the place here. But, we talk about any trolls in the chat, obviously being a surprise team for the positive. Is there any team, in your opinion, that is a surprise to you for the negative? For the wrong reasons? You know what? I think Veritas. Veritas is a team that I actually expected to see a little bit higher in the negative. But, kind of back on ATC for positive. Aguila is a player that we've seen so much for. I think this is a person that we've talked about quite a lot. But Marcelic and Norcus, right? These are two teams, two players that we are always seeing on those damage kills, knocks, leaderboards. Throughout the group stages, they were really pulling off quite a lot. And that said, last weekend, Marcelic put down an impressive 22 kills. Norcus as well, 14. So both players making it into the top 5. Fantastic showing on both Miramar and Erangel. There wasn't really a weakness for them on either map. So exciting to see what they're going to be able to bring today, because Erangel, they did quite well for themselves. And so to start on Erangel again today, I think is going to be good for them. A fun fact about Marcelic and those 22 kills, he has more kills for himself than 6 other teams in the lobby have total for their teams. Fun facts. But guys, I know I didn't get a chance to get on desk, and I didn't get a chance to do my prediction for the whole thing last week. And I was vocal about it to you guys, and I feel like I have to kind of stick with my guns here, despite maybe a little bit of a suspect week 1 performance. I am going to be sticking with Radiance. I think that they were one of the hottest teams in North America coming into these grand finals. And, week 1, again, they had one game where they finished first place with a bunch of kills, never finished higher, never saw higher than 10th place after that. That to me is an anomaly. That's not that.
It's been
team.
rough.
That's not Radiance. And so I expect a big week 2 resurgence. Clover, who do you got? That's really bold for Radiance. I do agree. I think that was an off week for them last week. That said, Oath had a very good week. And I know everybody likes to say Oath is a strong opener, maybe dips a little bit, but I'm gonna take the Oath.
I think that we've really seen quite a lot come from these guys out now. The addition of Pat Caps has actually really worked well in their favor now that they've kind of adjusted to that. So I'm excited to see how well they perform this weekend. And I'm having some confidence, so we'll see.
I got a fun fact about Oath, too, if you want it.
Oh, dude, hit us.
You ready for this? Oath has 43 mollies thrown.
Wow.
Which is good enough for first. Second is STK with 21.
Damn,
Wow,
that's
look at that.
actually double the mollies.
Oath has thrown more than double the amount of Molotovs.
Good for them, man.
And 31 of those 43 were thrown on Erangel, which is insane.
Okay.
I don't know what they were throwing Molotovs at, but Godspeed, who do you got as your prediction to close this out?
I just want to say this again. I predicted this before group stages even started. I think it's Sonics. I think their poor performance in Grand Finals of PCS1 was not the team that we knew they could be. Tiggleton coming in has been incredible. Obviously, they're sitting in first place now, and I think they'll be able to continue this all the way forward. And then on a second prediction, I actually agree with yours. I think Radiance will come out of this slump. I don't know if they'll necessarily win, but I don't think they'll be sitting in the bottom half of this leaderboard for very long.
Well, we've seen Oath and Sonics perform really well at the beginning. They've had great week 2s, and then they've trailed off at the end in week 3 in the last Grand Finals. We'll have to see if they can get that thing turned around. Meanwhile, Radiance has been a strong finisher at the end. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. But guys, enough of us talking, enough of this. We're going to get you into game number 1 with your casters, Hypoc and Cameron Davis.
Yes, hello everyone, and welcome to, what is it, day 3 of the Grand Finals, or are we calling it, what, day 1 of week 2? I don't exactly know how the nomenclature
something like that. The never-ending Grand Finals goes on for 3 weeks, but all the more PUBG. We love it. We love it.
Right? Yeah, and this is another day of all Erangel, and I don't know, you might disagree with me on this one, but I feel like the circles last week on Erangel were really, really weird and unusual. And so, I don't know about you. I think we're going to see a really big mix-up in the standings because, assuming the circles this time around are a lot more standard and clear-cut.
Well, I mean, you're casting with me, so that means the circles aren't going to be simple and straightforward. I carry the Hypocosaurus curse with me.
You carry it's only half power, though.
Yeah, we're running about 50% energy levels for the curse.
Well, in any case here, game 1 has started. We're going just straight into things. No delay at all. Pretty standard playing path to open things up as well.
Yeah, pretty much straight up from the far southeast corner up to all the way up to Zaki, actually. Pretty much touching the edge of Zaki, so don't think we're going to see any surprises really along the way. Not really seeing any overlap at all other than ATC and Shoot to Kill, which we know is an ongoing feud early game, Cameron.
Yeah, and honestly, not exactly the results that I would have predicted going into this entire Grand Finals, looking at who's on the top of the leaderboard and who's, I don't know, maybe closer towards the bottom. But, you know what? You warned me. You warned me, Michael. About the circles.
Didn't take long, did it? Did not take long.
Oh, God. Okay, we're at another really weird one. I swear, I think historians, if it's going the way that it's going right now, historians are going to look back on the results of PCS2 Grand Finals and really wonder what in the world is going on. I feel like I'm starting to get into like rude levels of the leaderboard right now. No, the teams that are at the top definitely been playing well at this point, but I'm not. I don't think I'm alone here when I say that it is weird and unexpected.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. I mean, I made a comment last week. I think when we were halfway through the game, saying you could literally flip it on its head and it would look more accurate than what it actually was. Because I mean, taking into account the group stage performances, like. I mean, Radiance, Shoot to Kill, Sonics didn't get off to a great start in the first few games. I know they picked things up towards the end of the weekend last week, but yeah, it was a weird start. I mean, actually, one positive to pull away from this, obviously, the entirety of PCS1, I was in the Sonics camp, and they made a fool of me.
Yeah, when it finally came to pay
so
up.
It's I mean, now it's, again, even in group stages, right? I mean, H was an absolute stinker. We know how talented and how much impact he can have on games. Sonics didn't look great in the group stages, and I said it could be, a little bit of teething problems maybe with Tiggleton stepping in. Obviously, Profi left some big shoes to fill on that roster, but
yeah,
they really seem to have built some momentum. Maybe that is from scrims or maybe just getting over some of those early day problems.
I mean, roles aren't necessarily that big of a thing in PUBG, but if you do want to look at the play styles of both Profi and Tiggleton, they are very, very different from each other. And so, when you mentioned teething problems, that's, I think, pretty much spot on. And also calling out H-Win, he's still not putting up the numbers. He's still not putting up PCS1 numbers here. However, looking at the Grand Finals, it is being replaced by the fact that we have Tiggleton coming in and top fragging, followed up by Mime, and then Shrimsy as well. Actually, I think even closer to tying Tiggleton, especially from the second day. So I don't know if that's a decision on his end to potentially sort of like play back a little bit and allow his teammates to play more forward.
I was just about to expand on that a little bit, because one thing I will say is when we have seen Sonics popping off, we've seen H-Win playing some really, really crucial anchor positions. I'm thinking back to the Miramar on day one last weekend, where they were taking 2 separate fights, and H-Win was literally holding back a 3-man at the north side of the circle, whilst the rest of Sonics swept and cleaned up a shoot to kill at the bottom of the hill. So, maybe not numbers-wise, but we've seen him in some really, really key positions to enable his team to go out and do what they've done.
Yeah. And I mean, look, you honestly couldn't even fault him anyway, because this isn't a game about trying to get as many kills as you can. It's about getting points, and Sonics right now are at the very top of the leaderboard under his leadership. So it might look strange considering that he was like the potential MVP of Phase 1. Now he's bottom frag for the team, but hey, it's working out for them. But what I do want to know, though, is how is this circle going to work out for them? We're seeing a couple of teams rotate in, but a number of teams are still on the outskirts, still taking their time to push through. I don't really have an answer to why that is.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because it was a pretty straightforward playing path as well. So, a couple of teams maybe just being a bit cautious with this. You can see a cluster of teams towards the center of this, obviously, but outside of that, absolutely nobody over on the north side of this circle. I'm thinking north of Tempo Dip up towards the Ghost Compound, but Crop actually going to send some shots over towards the... I'm still going to call it yellow. I refuse to call it a blue now. But...
Yellow just sounds better.
Yeah, Crop's just doing a little bit of scouting here. There's a couple of members of Duel set up. Reno is here now. I think maybe if Crop's relayed the information, there's only one person here. They might try and pressure, but you can see now on the X-ray the player icons of where Duel are set out, and Lampalot will peel away and he'll give this up.
Yeah, actually, really good grab by Dodge, good retreat as well by Duel. Duel especially, I think, we're holding on to a little more than you would expect to be able to hold on to without any contest, but a good timing to pull away from that. But they're not the only ones getting pushed right now, because Sonics, up close and personal with Veritas, and Shrimsy especially, you could smell Pentalol just behind that tree. I don't know if Veritas knows that he's there, and if Sonics open up on the north side and cause a big distraction, Shrimsky could really, really go big.
Yeah, there is a pungent odor in the air, and it's Pentalol. Shrimsy biding his time right now. I guess just waiting on Sonics to reposition accordingly, and they're going to try and collapse onto Veritas here.
A lot of jump spotting from both teams, actually. Just trying to find exactly where the other team is, where they're going, but it looks like Sonics aren't super happy with this engagement. And so it looks like they might be backing off. But right now over Fabled, also coming into their own compound just to the west of Prison. We see them take this, not compound, this Wizard Tower. We see them take this a fair bit in previous games, so they seem to be particularly comfortable with this area. But can they hold off other teams rotating in? I'm looking at the big map, and it might be Radiance to challenge this. But in either case, adjusting their vehicles, making sure their tires are all hidden, because rotations out of this area might be super important. We still don't know where Phase 2 is going to go. The water in between Main Erangel and Sosnovka Island still could be a big factor going forward. So I think a lot of teams are going to try and make sure they're not in the middle of a fight when their circle shifts in a minute and a half.
Yeah, Khan's got to be careful here, because Illusion actually rotating right next to him. I'm going to send some shots over towards Ripper. I don't think either team really want to get into it now with the circle 60 seconds away from closing, but Carnage need to find a home or find some way to get a bit further into the circle, because we're still way out here over at the Yasnaya Yellows. I mean, you could say the same about Illusion, right?
Yeah, no, and even more so about SDK, but this isn't really that much of a surprise. I think they've maybe pulled back a little bit off of the rivalry with ATC, let ATC go first. They come in super, super late and just try and take their chances doing edge play, and we've seen them be fairly successful with that previously. And so you definitely can't count them out. They still have some of the best fraggers, even if their position on the leaderboard isn't what we expected coming into this. They're setting up in a 2-2 split around Yasnaya, find some information while they can before the circle closes, see if they can't cross that field safely. Radiance as well in a split of their own, and I think most of these teams, I mean, especially with 15 minutes left on the timer, are really just waiting for the next phase to begin.
Yeah, Radiance have got themselves a good spot right now, though. You can see ATC down at the junkyard, compound just out. Everybody has made it in except for SDK, and this one, I mean...
Okay.
Textbook. Everybody's in.
Yeah.
Literally every single team is inside except for SDK. So we love to see those circle 2 pops. Radiance actually now looking to kind of fortify within the... do we call this a museum, the gallery now? Is it still hangar?
I still call it warehouse.
Okay.
Listen, when I have a call out that I use, it takes a lot for me to adjust it and go to something else. I'm a habitual person by heart. Yeah, well... It's not a yellow
aren't yellow anymore. Yeah, okay.
So
okay. I knew that was coming.
You set yourself up for it. I do wonder, because as you mentioned, basically everyone's going to be in this circle, so I don't know how much to expect in terms of teams pushing each other, but we might see a little bit of a northern, just a couple of inches shift, because I want to say 2/3 of the team is on the lower half of this circle, and Milta and just to the areas and farm west of it. We might start seeing more teams move a little further up, but fight-wise, I don't expect to see anything super drastic.
No, I think the only moves we're going to see if a couple of these splits are going to regroup and give something up. But obviously, the circle being as soft as it was really shouldn't mean that people are going to be crashing each other. SDK actually pulling up on the ridge outside Carnage, and Carnage are running a split. So there's 2 at the yellows here. And 2 over towards Volcano. I think the player icon's on Volcano. It looks like it is, at least.
Yeah, it's actually
you
a
can see
2-1-1.
Crawfresh. Yeah, Crawfresh is split over towards Ghost Compound. He's on the hill, so SDK going to get forced away from this. It looked like they were getting a little bit feisty there. ATC now making their way down through Shelter, and they got Veritas to share the other side. This is the sort of thing I mean. There's a couple of teams kind of trying to regroup a little bit. But I don't think we're going to see any all-out crashes here. Obviously, SDK, that scenario is a bit different. They came in super late to Circle 1. They're just trying to scout their way in.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, 303 are in a similar boat because they were just barely inside the edge on the bridge.
Yes, yeah.
But over here, Oath peering down onto Milta. A lot of teams are, because the circle didn't force drastic movements, are able to get into these sort of splits, these separations, a lot more than I think we've seen in previous games, which can give them a lot of information. But, of course, the obvious downside is if one of those players gets crashed on, it could be bad news bears for all of them. And Oath it's not even a 2-2, it's a 1-1-1-1, I think you'd want to call that. And Zenith have their eyes on it. Potentially they could find a quick line of sight. Relo coming up to this building, though, I think is going to be answering back, at least putting a little bit of pressure, or that is if he's not moving away.
Yeah, we were... Again, I say this every time, and I need to make a mental note of it, but we're 12 minutes in, and we haven't lost anybody. I want to know for North America what the actual longest we've gone in a competitive game without losing somebody, because I think it's around the 13.5-minute mark.
Well, at this rate, we might be nearing, if not breaking.
We've had 1 knock, right? And it was hard shift onto Sonics. That's it.
Didn't even see the knock, so... Who knows? 303, as I mentioned, moving in from the east side, able to make their way across the Milta Beach, wrapping all the way up from the east side, and now climbing up this hill. Could be good, could be bad for them. I'm still not exactly confident on any team's ability to push this hill, especially when you park your car like that. But the circle, once again, is going to center up. This time, though, it is going to put a couple of teams out of sorts, out of the next phase, and they're going to require them to push in. I saw for a quick moment, though, SDK's rotation working out for them because they're able to get onto the ridge of Prison. But how is everyone else going to have to manage this? Landoon, he's going to have to wait for a pickup, that we know.
Well, there is something interesting as well to keep note of on the west side, because hard shifts were down at Snake. And they were obviously pressuring Sonics. Like I said, that was the only knock we've seen so far. And now Hardshifts have actually managed to out-rotate the Sonics. And they've got in front of them towards the Wizard Tower. So Sonics have got to be careful now. And we'll have to see in the kill feed whether or not that pops up. But Comet's now pulling up onto the underside of Lumberyard Hill. They've got 2 members of Oath over here. And then the other 2 members up towards Lumberyard itself. I think Comets is just going to try and cling on to the edge here.
Yeah, I don't know if they have really any other options. They are moving on foot, though. So perhaps trying to sneak up on a team that are completely unawares, but a team that absolutely awares is Guab here on the top floor, dual pushing them. And Liberate are in a little bit of a split, but the nade doesn't quite take them out. Going to throw a counter nade out to stop any push, and Molly's going to also do the same. No knocks yet for either side, and I'm looking at Danny G on the garage building held by 2 members of Liberate. If he can find an opening there, the expectation is that he is not unknown if that were to happen.
No, Guabi, again, some pretty good usage of utility there to cut off both doorways. He threw the molly in downstairs to cut off, but Cherry in the bathroom downstairs, and looking like we're going to get the 3-man push through now. A little bit of damage comes through from Adit from the flat top, but Guabi actually going to be able to vault out the backside, and he's going to have a surprise if Danny G's waiting for him in the ground floor of the flat top if he tries to regroup here, but looks like he's just trying to buy time here.
I think they might have seen it. Yep, grenade cooked. They expected it. They heard him drop out. Doesn't get the knock, though, and he's just going to prone down, get the first aid kit. This might give him an opportunity to surround. The Molotov could also spread towards him, but I think he's just barely going to be able to crawl away. And does this give Duel the confidence that he's not actually there anymore? 303 does go out in the kill feed. We hear some shots on the other building as well, but Guab still just on the outside, playing under the windows in a very, very tricky situation. Spots one.
This is cheeky.
Able to get it. Able to get the first knock, but where's the answer from Duel? Going to peek out the window, but Ice Tech, of course, in the tower, going to be giving Guab even more cover. And so now Duel need to find some way to turn this back into their favor. They know exactly where Guab is at the moment. So they can underhand a grenade once again, try and hit the mark, but I say that as if that were easy. But here comes Comets, actually.
Yeah, Comets looking to pressure this a little bit from afar. Danny G will actually fall to dodge inside the flat top there. And there you go, Matthias will flush that one out. So Duel will lose one, but they do get the res. They will get 4 back on their feet, and this is the opportunity for Guabi to try and regroup now. He's going to get all the way back behind, and Lampolot just catches him. And actually a headshot goes on towards Adit as well. They can't get the flush onto Guabi. Ice Tech will trade back onto Lampolot. So back and forth right now between Liberate and Duel. Duel are going to reset to try and get this revived.
A game of inches for them. But I think Liberate going to be able to keep all 4 members up because of Ice Tech, particularly in that tower. In the circle shift, you can see relatively center. You can just guess by where we see it on the minimap and how Liberate can continue to hold Duel out. Duel aren't out of the circle necessarily, but they are pinned into a corner. And having lost one, not even getting a trade onto Liberate, puts the pressure on them to try and find another opportunity. That is if they want to stay around. I could see them at least consider the option of trying to retreat, but I don't know how safe of a retreat that would be.
No, at this point, I think, I mean, they can live to see another circle, but one team needs to make a decision there. You can see Hardshift's now coming into third party from a distance. That's one knock on to add it, but jumping back towards prison, you can see SDK poised up on the rocks overlooking. And they're sending some shots down inside.
Here's also the standoff at Shelter. I don't know how long Dodge have been here, because previously it was just ATC and Veritas. But there's not a lot, I don't know how much action is really going to go on, though, because Shelter, it is, I mean, it's kind of in the name. It's perfect for just hanging out. Not really doing much there, at least, especially if you're one of the teams underground. Oop, a little bit of damage on Alo. He's fine. He's fine. He'll be fine.
Actually, Duel will fall there, so Liberate, he will take action in that situation, as I said. Back on board now with Shoot to Kill. And they're still trying to pressure. They've got a good edge to hold on to here. You can see Carnage were trying to get out just because of where this circle has repositioned to. But Fabled still over at the Wizard Tower. They've still got 4 members up. And, I mean, if SDK don't read this situation correctly, they might not be anticipating the push from Fabled coming uphill here.
Yeah, actually, a lot of their attention is down towards the south onto Oath and Zenith's sort of corner of the map. And you could tell how confident SDK are playing right now. We saw them in the kill feed take out 303, I think, in a matter of only a couple of seconds. So they're really feeling on their game, but okay, thankfully, you pointed it out. They're aware of Fabled's existence. And Balefrost also going down. So they're definitely holding off their reins, but they should know that they could be in the middle of an SDK sandwich. I don't know if that's exactly where they want to be.
Well, this could be bad timing, actually, for SDK, because you can see Fabled are within range to hear this. Uncivil will fall here, and Fabled are going to have perfect sight lines uphill here. If SDK try and regroup towards where Uncivil is down, but I expect some utilities about to go towards Balefrost. You can see Kurt now priming some nades, sending them over. He's trying to flush out this and get a second knock. Snake is now trying to pressure as well on top of it. The first nade is good from Kurt. The second one follow-up, probably going to get the knock here and the flush onto Balefrost. And there you go, the double knock comes out to Relo and Balefrost. Snakers will get knocked from Kurt as well.
Listen, I was about to say Oath look all online, looking at the first 2 weeks, but SDK, it seems that they've come back into form even stronger. They just completely smashed. And Fabled, you mentioned it, they were climbing up that hill, but something stopped them from pushing all the way. I don't know if it was Carnage or just waiting for the next circle to pop, and it is going to be a hard shift towards the west side. But STK surprisingly stay 4 up once again. 8 kills for them already. They do have to make a bit of a run to get into the circle themselves, but at this point, looking at this game, I wouldn't be too worried for them.
No, absolutely not. As we jump back on board, actually towards the museum gallery, warehouse, museum hangar thing, and Radiance now actually have Illusion knocking on the door. Now they've got inside the wall, and that's usually not. I mean, with the changes to this with the Wrangle 2.0, it is a little bit easier to crash onto this. But Illusion playing the outside here, and Radiance kind of boxed in. McCoy is finally getting res now, but Illusion look like they're poised to push in here.
They've looked like that, but they're not able to find the opening to give them the confidence of actually making the play. A smoke's going to come out. But McCoy is also going to get revived, and so what potential timing they might have had is now pulled away from Illusion. Molotov also comes out to delay the push even further. And so now Illusion, unless they go into the building itself, which at this point might be too risky, they don't have to play on the outside, but certainly that's going to be seen by another team. Flash comes out to delay it once again. It's just more utility being thrown out by Radiance, but Losi gets knocked on the peak. He does get one before that happens. So it's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but what does Top Dog do? You can see him wrapping around trying to peek onto the inside. Man advantage, though, heavily in Radiance now that his second teammate did get knocked.
Oh, and he's actually going to come in here. He's going to get a flush for his troubles. So he will go out with 1 kill, but now they're going to swarm him. They will surround him. McCoy will find the barrel headshot, and Illusion will fall in 11th place. And that's a little bit of time for Radiance to regroup, but they will lose one. STK, meanwhile, I did see them in the kill feed popping off. Whilst we were off camera here, up to 11 kills now. Kurt leading the pack again with 6 kills. You see Luke
they
now
were not.
Go on, sorry.
No, they were not happy after week 1. And you love to see it, though, because they are back ready to make a complete killing. Comet does get eliminated to the blue, and they're going to go out in 10th place. But SDK still, they've shot their way out of worse before, even just in this game, but they have to run down an open hill. Their miracle run might be ending a little sooner than the fans would hope.
I mean, 12 points, even if it's just all from kills, I'm happy with that. That's,
yeah, you take that.
That's a good turnaround for week 2 in the grand finals here. But Liberate, I mean, they are in a position to kind of stop them, but you can see the way this hill plays out. STK are going to have something to play from, depending on this next circle, but that's the worst possible line it could have gone. But Luke will get an open on to add it here, and he's going to get the flush, so that's going to weaken Liberate.
Oh, wait, Ice Tech. I think he tried to get a little bit of a trade onto Luke, but his shots didn't find its mark, and so he's going to fall back so he doesn't get immediately grenaded. Flash is going to come out from Luke to delay in a potential push, but he should be safe to get the first aid kit off, peeking out from behind the smoke. He's expecting the play to happen, but he's going to take the long-range weapon out. Trying to look for some information. Doesn't exactly find it, and because of that, perhaps going to be regrouping back with the rest of his team, but Uncivil gets knocked by Carnage. Not even Liberate, and that's going to be an immediate kill confirmed for them as well.
Yeah, now you can see Halo opening up with the MK onto it. He's going to get another flush. That's going to put them up to 14 already. This is a fantastic start for SDK in game 1. Halo's still not out of it just yet. you can still do a lot of damage from down here. And Kurt's actually made it all the way down to the dirt road, so they could clean up Carnage as well.
Oh, this is a great angle that Purdy Curdy is on. Spots the prone, has a lineup on the second now. The smoke has faded, and this really should be all it for Carnage. It was a good opener on them. But Jazza, wait, he takes on Alo in the same time, so SDK still don't come out of this unscathed. They've lost 2. 1 to Carnage, 1 to Veritas. And Purdy and Luke are still a dangerous duo in their own right. But how much further can they push themselves? 16 kills, and it's only 8 teams removed. It's still a great game. But what more can they do with it?
I'm absolutely fine with that. Absolutely fine with that.
Yeah. You take those to the bank, straight to the bank. You don't even stop for a coffee. You just go straight in and cash that check because that was a great game for them. If anyone's questioning their ability to be warmed up going into the second weekend, well, you're now scared of everything because I'm not going to say that World Beater SDK is back because they do still have a leaderboard to climb up, but that's certainly a scary thing to have in your game.
Oh, for sure. And again, I know they came away from last weekend not happy with the performance at all, and that's got to be a massive confidence booster just to get that one under your belt at the start of the day. It'll be fantastic for them. But Veritas now still holding on to the same spot we saw them in Circle 1, I'm pretty sure. And things a little bit more condensed now in terms of positioning for these other teams. Again, we know these late game shelter circles, they usually stagnate a little bit around this time. Well, we're actually not going to land that one.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That's tough. That one looked a little free, but it's fine. SLR can be a little difficult to control. Well, we can give them 1, I guess is what we should say. Radiants do go out, despite having that good defense of what we call the warehouse museum hangar thingy, Frankenstein monster of a call out. It was going to be a difficult retreat from there anyway. It was what?
Apparently it's called Bunnings or so. I mean, that's an Australian in chat telling me that, but yeah.
We'll put it down on the list.
Put it down on the maybes.
Yeah. 6 teams alive, and Sonics haven't had a lot of action themselves. They were able to, what did you say? Hardshifts got knocked out in front of them, but now they're back in front of Hardshifts. So it's a weird sort of cat and mouse game happening between these two squads. 4 up for both of them, at least I think. Hardshifts
yeah, I mean,
might only have 3. No, they have 4.
Sonics managed to get to the junkyard compound just to the north of here, and I mean, you can see the way this circle was ended. It's just giving them a free passage in here. Shrimsy actually going to try and pressure Hardshifts in between the smokes. That's Maluk taking a little bit of damage now, but they're going to be conscious that before any more players die out here, they want to get some freebies on the edge of the circle. And Hardshifts, you can see the task ahead of them now. There's 3 different teams aiming at them. They only have... I mean, I'm guessing they don't have many more smokes because there's already about 15 down in the road.
And for Liberate as well, having to push in, trying to push into any position is really difficult, but then when it's shelter, it's even worse because ATC, Dodge, and even Veritas a little bit, though they are out of this next circle, haven't had to move much. They can just chill out, and it's so hard to find that opening knock. Luckily, Liberate and Hardshifts coming across each other could be picking up some kills at least there. And Liberate are going to go out. Hardshifts pick up a few more to put in their pockets, but they're still not out of it just yet. Ooh, grenades coming in, dealing a little bit of damage onto Dodge. This could be the opening that they need.
Yeah, no more smokes, I guess. So they've got to make this mad dash in the open here. J-Sank, the front man, he's going to take some damage from Keenan. He's just got to cross now and just, I guess, hope for the best. And Veritas being forced by the zone as well, but I don't know if his teammates are going to be able to make it across as well. Nope, there you go. Maluk will fall to Penta. Penta does get traded out, though, and J-Sank going to find an opening here onto Dodge. Unfortunately, he gets traded out, and Hardshifts will fall in 5th place. Like I said, that cross just so difficult at this stage of the game.
Actually, a little more successful at it than I would have expected. But unfortunately, I don't know how many of those kills they're able to secure. Keenan also pushes in, gets another knock on a Dodge on a Crop specifically. I think it's just Corsac remaining, but Keenan forced to fall away because of his own HP being incredibly low. And so now this does give Dodge the opportunity to regroup, to get the heals. But Keenan's going to be picking up some utilities, some more equipment. Is he going to he's going to peek and just spraying into the smoke. He gets a second knock. Nice. What can Corsac do now? Everyone's just crawling away. But is this going to be a crawl to safety? It's another smoke that comes out to try and go for the revive once again. I don't know if Keenan would want to straight up push this. No, he's going to grab the buggy, potentially lock.
Please drive it down.
Wait,
Please
wait,
drive it
do
down.
it. Oh,
Yes,
he's doing it.
Yes.
Oh.
No, you didn't hold W. You didn't hold W. Oh, no. I mean, he's boxed him in. I could see him flicking back between the player crates there on the ground, looking for any type of lethal utility there to send down. But oh, Keenan, dude, you really got to hold W there when you jump out of the car.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't know if it would have reached them anyway because they're around that curve.
I mean, he's forcing them to the other side. You can't really complain.
No. But imagine the highlight reel. Anyway, 4 teams left. Sonics still. I want to give it to Sonic's favor right now, control wise. Not only is that ridge giving them control, like obvious immediate control of a good third of the circle, they also spot the exit that ATC are going to have to crawl out of. So really, it's going to be on Keenan potentially finding an opening, or even Mel in doing so. But I think Aquila going down is not a sign of favor for ATC at the moment. Immediate Molotov comes out to try and get the flush. Smokes, utility.
I mean, look at the star. Sonic's in a fantastic position to clean up anybody on the top ground here. If they can get control of one of the entrances as well, they might be able to farm some of the kills coming out, as long as everybody doesn't die to blue downstairs.
Yeah, that's a big question. You can see Dodge running around there. Oh, that's spotted though. Marsalek does get one onto Mime, trying to get up close and personal, trying to really keep them locked down inside. That's going to be an immediate kill as well. Not even let that one have an opportunity to give some information before bleeding out on their own. I'm not going to say that a revive is going to happen because I highly doubt that. But what can Sonics do? They've lost one, and there's a bunch of utility there. What do they expect Dorcas and Marsalek to be in those smokes, or to be retreating away as we know it? Oh wait, Dodge! They found a way out.
Oh, going to lose that one to the blue. He didn't. He got the flush out. Corsac will go over to them. Keenan's actually going to find Finner as well. So Keenan's still doing work as the solo over on that edge, but finally will get traded out by Aguila. Actually, ATC have a fantastic spot on the top here. Sonics, they haven't got a lot of utility, aren't going to be able to close the gap too well here. H-Twin managing to get up on top of the bunker. Shrimsy's got to stick a first aid kit now.
He is trying to peek, but doesn't seem to expect. H-Win gets one, trying to go for the second.
H-Win.
He does get both. A good hold, and Crop isn't there to try and trade out. A push from the below ground does grab one under Shrimsy, but H-Win with the second. Can he get the third? He gets the full team wipe by himself. We called out his kill stats at the very beginning, and he is proving us wrong. 9 kills for Sonic's. Crop could easily be the 10th. However, it is a 1 versus 1, as both of H-Win's teammates are on the ground. We could see some cover, but no, actually, it is going to be Revive onto Tiggleton. Here's the push from Crop. Popping the first aid kit, expecting the timing. He expects the revive, you must assume. But H-Win on the high ground. What can he see? What does he know? The blue is pushing in. There's not a lot of area left to play. The flash slows Crop down for a split second, but the smoke is still there. Slowly crawling around, and this is a barrel.
He can get both of them.
Spots one!
Oh!
But an immediate trade there by Tiggleton, the revived member of Sonics. That's going to be a 10-kill victory for the boys in blue. At the top at the start of the day, and they are still at the top now. It was a slow, quiet game for them, but in the same way, you take those every day. 10 kills still. They picked up a lot at the very end.
Oh, for sure. Well, I'm glad Adrian was listening to the start of the stream there. A little bit sus, if you ask me, but he obviously heard us talking about him. But, wow, what a performance from them. A little bit of circle love. But it's not like they landed there. They're just, past circle 2. But it's always nice, obviously, if you can secure the backside of that ridge coming into shelter from the junkyard compound. I mean, you've absolutely earned it. And like you said, a little bit of a slow one, but I mean, from that spot, they don't really get too much traffic coming past. As long as that compound's occupied, nobody's going to come near it anyway. But, I mean, fantastic clear-up shelter, notorious for snakes. And obviously late-game rats. And, I mean, they did fantastically well to clean up both sides of it.
And even mentioning that Sonics had a bit of a slow start, I don't think that's too unusual. We've actually seen that them play that specific way for quite a while. So I don't know if that's a intentional strategy where they really just try to avoid fights in the early game and try and stack all of the utility and all their resources towards the end. But yeah, good game from them. Good 10 kills. And it's a very good Erangel round to start off the day.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, I'm sad SDK didn't make it any further. That's it.
Well, either way, let's go back to the desk and see what their thoughts are on this matter. We have 3 more games left. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again here on the analyst desk, and I am going to make sure that I read this copy word for word so that you know exactly what to expect. Similar to PCS1, you can also get a free voting coupon while watching select PCS2 live broadcasts, Clover. Redeem this code in the Add Bonus Gift Code section of the Pick'em Challenge event tab. Godspeed. Codes are very limited, so act fast. You can only redeem 1 free voting coupon per PUBG account. Okay, here we go. Here's the code VMLTL3OQO3GL. Those are O's. Those are not zeros. Guys, get in there. Type it in. Get your coupies. Get your stuff on. And we're going to go ahead and get back to talking about that game. Tunnel Snakes rule, apparently.
Yeah, I mean,
Almost.
I think we saw that early on that Circle was going to go Shelter, and once that, Phase 8 popped, we realized that Above and Below was going to be in, but yet at the same time, Dodge chose to leave, and unfortunately, it really cost them, so it wasn't, I think we kind of talked about that, but that said, still a fantastic ending nonetheless for Sonics.
Not a big fan of those circles that end there on Shelter where you got speed.
Those circles are really lame, man. They're just not the greatest. But you know what it's time for?
What is it time for? Highlights!
There it is.
Let's talk about highlights, but we get to talk over these ones. That's going to be the exciting
That's
part
true.
about it.
Big true.
Let's see, SDK, they were on a little bit of a champagne campaign there to start. I'm not sure how many kills they ended up with at the end, but it was a ton.
They had 16.
I think it was 16, yeah.
16.
It was ridiculous. And that's... Listen, when you're the team that won the last PCS and you're coming in with kind of a lukewarm start on the first week, this is definitely a hell of a way to start week 2, and I think this is exactly what they needed. I think they knew that, which is why they came in and they were able to perform. That's a hell of a lot of kills, man. 16 to start out game 1, and they didn't even make it that far, into placements. So one hell of a way to start for SDK.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough later part of that game when they had to make it into this circle, Clover, but Sonics, they were sitting pretty for quite some time there, but they still end up getting their points out of this.
Yeah, I think a little bit of concern for a while when we were watching these circles shifts, but that said, Win really did a beautiful number there onto ATC, and of course, at the end, getting that res back onto Tiggleton, taking him up 2-1 here against Crop, who managed to stay alive for Dodge, as we remember, came out of the tunnel, back up here. Ultimately, Win went down first, but not before Tiggleton had the final say, getting that chicken dinner for Sonics for 10 kills. So, top place still holding on to after this first game.
Rich get richer, as we see. But you look, hey, Dodge, that's a good turnaround, right? They came in today last place. Now, arguable how well they played, really. I mean, they ended up getting second place, but mostly just kind of off of, they took the shelter. They took the shelter route, Godspeed. What do you think about that?
I mean, to be fair, it is really difficult, especially when they had a member of Veritas, I believe it was Keenan, just kind of knocking the hell out of them. So I get the hesitation to want to push out into that, especially because they didn't know how many members of Veritas there were. It was just Keenan. But at the same time, I don't know. I guess kind of going into tunnel was just kind of playing for placement, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, they just didn't want to take the risk. I understand that. Plus, I mean, Keenan started stacking vehicles in their entrance. So I agree with Hypoc. W key was the answer there. But yeah, I mean, Dodge, they needed to get a nice big first game to start off the weekend, and they did. So my hats are off to them. I hope they can continue that. Otherwise, they're still in a little bit of trouble. They were, on the bottom of the leaderboard before this.
It's true. Any teams that you had your eye on from this one, Clover? I know there was
I think one that we didn't
noticing.
talk about, but I did see a good start for the Portland PCA was once again Liberate. I just think that their positioning in the circle and kind of getting pinched there near the end fell, kind of put them in a rough spot that they weren't really able to climb out of. With that said, still really like what I'm seeing out of them for that match. Obviously, teams are going to have bad games, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that we're still going to keep seeing that type of play that we saw last week from Liberate today.
Yeah, Godspeed. We were talking a little bit about Liberate early on. We saw they had that compound battle there with Duel. What is it about Duel right now that you seem to have a little bit of an issue with the way they were kind of approaching that fight?
I just feel like overall, Duel, man, how many times have we talked about that roster, how talented they are, and just how much they kind of don't live up to that in the sense that they should be performing better. I don't want to say Duel was playing necessarily like scared in that house, but they were just getting picked apart basically. And I didn't see a lot of aggression, which I feel like it's been kind of like a reoccurring pattern with Duel, at least when it comes to like team fights. So I just don't know. I don't know what is going on with that team. I think we've talked about it to death. That roster is really, really good. So I don't know what Duel's issue is.
Yeah, it seems like one of the things, Clover, that we're seeing a lot of, at least through the first couple of weeks here and then through one game on Ergo, we're getting some really safe, nice, calm, relaxing Erangel circles. And as kind of a byproduct, we're seeing a lot of teams up, a lot of players up towards the late game. Do you think that's having much of an impact?
I think so. I mean, obviously Godspeed and I aren't casting Erangel, so we're not cursing with any milli circles. But that said, I do think this is a little bit of an adjustment for some of these teams. You can't really shake off one map, switch to gears to the next halfway through and have that reset. You really need to focus through all 4 matches each day. And I think that that's been an environment that's really worked well for Sonics. I think that that's kind of maybe struggled for a couple of other teams that we really were expecting to see perform quite better. And maybe, I really don't know, right? Because these teams know everything, know where we should go. When we look at this leaderboard, for kills, shoot to kill, right? They shook off last week, and they've adjusted, and now Purdy Curdy, Luke 12, first and second for kills. Oh, and Alo in fifth.
Look at that, Alo. They were fragging once again, uncivil, not to be found in the top 5, so the memes get to continue. Winning Zerigod doing their best level effort to get up there into that top 5 as well. Godspeed. One thing I did notice from that first leaderboard, there were a lot of goose eggs over on the right side. Are we getting into another week where we see some point goblins just gobbling up everything at the top of the leaderboard, and then there's just nothing left for the rest of the people?
I mean, that's a lot of damage.
Look at Win.
That's ridiculous. I'm not sure. SDK, obviously, we had talked about how they had a slow start last week. I think with what we've seen so far in the first game, as well as what we saw from Sonics, yeah, there might be some point goblins here with the top teams. I think even Oath is going to start getting in there as well. So it's possible we see more goose eggs. That was quite a few, actually, I think, than we're normally used to in a game. So I don't really know how this one's going to play out, to be honest, Poro.
Well, speaking of Oath, they were one of the goose egg procurers there, but apparently didn't do enough to knock him out of second place. Here's your overall leaderboard, but look at that. Sonics already breaking that 100-point total. They're over 20 points over second place. At some point, they got to cool off, don't they, Clover? Or is this the Sonics that we're expecting to see for the rest of the Grand Finals?
I don't know. I mean, right now, I think they're looking fantastic. Something that I think has been a recurring theme that we've talked about is what's been going on with HWin. And, obviously he's never been a top tier fragger as IGL. He's got his strengths in other parts. But that said, he kind of put our foot in our mouths for this game, right? Seeing him at the top for damage there, and Sonic's putting down quite a bit of points this match for 3 kills. I have faith. I think that this is a trend that we're going to see continue. The question comes from whether or not that they can fight off Oath, ATC, Liberate, and now Shoot to Kill, who's climbed up to 5th place after their poor performance last week.
Well, Marcelic adds another kill to his total, but Tiggleton doing his level best to catch up now at 22 kills, as well as you see the overall total of kills here. Godspeed, Fabled, 2 members up there in the top 5. We expecting that to be the same at the end of the day?
It's very possible. To be completely honest, this happened last Grand Finals with Fabled. Yeah. If you remember, they shot up in the very beginning. They were in first place after I believe the first day. They have really good showings in Grand Finals. Group stages, they kind of slip up here or there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they continue, at least Haxetti and Gregshot. I mean, Gregshot has just been fragging his little mind out, so I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to stay on that. At the same time, with how many frags are coming out of Sonics and STK, I think it's possible they also surpass that. We'll see.
Tig is just finding damage all over the map right now. 4,700 plus to put him in first place. Marcelic, close, but still pretty distant there in second. Clover. I mean, is this the Tiggleton coming out party? Right? Is this
I really think it is.
Where we think, yeah, we've been expecting this for some time now. Is this it?
I hope so. I mean, you know, when the announcement came that Tiggleton was going to be playing for the Sonics here for PCS2, I think everybody was really looking forward to and anticipating what strengths he was going to bring, not only to Sonics, but what we were going to start seeing, you know, the Tiggleton show or not. And so far through the Grand Finals, that's exactly what we've been given. It looks like the Sonics have really managed to integrate him fully into their roster and find some strong teamwork out of it. But, I mean, that said, too, Marcelic, ATC, that's just another, absolute, as we said earlier today, surprise. And while Marcelic now in second in damage, he is still first in frags.
Well, they're doing a heck of a job managing to get themselves to late game, keep players up, and Tiggleton, for his part, it seemed like during the group stages he was going out a little bit earlier, and now he seems to last a little bit longer. But I'll tell you what, I've got something in the bank that everybody's excited about, and that is a new video from our friend, your friend and mine, Fry the Pan. Let's check it out.
Hi, it's your favorite talking cookware Fry. Today we're talking about the most versatile object in the game, the jerry can. With this new update, you can melt people's faces clean off in more creative ways than ever before. See, now the gas absorbs into the ground, making it harder to spot and easier to burn your enemies alive. As always, just watch out for self-immolation. Boy, howdy. Whatever's cooking sure smells good. Anywho, that's all for today, folks. Remember, PUBG Season 8 is available now. The first piece of good news all year.
Always exciting to see a new video from our favorite anthropomorphic pan, reminding you that PUBG Season 8 is out now and that it is time to hashtag live to survive. Well, we've got a bunch of teams that need to do a little bit better at living to survive to get to this late game and to start collecting some points as we head into our next match. Godspeed. Who do you have your eye on? If the point goblins are a thing, it's that middle of the range. If you're trying to come out at the end of the day in striking distance, you're going to have to start making things happen here, no?
That's very true, but I do want to actually kind of circle back real quick to Sonics. I know we've been kind of putting a lot of emphasis on Tiggleton and, you know, how he's really nuts and all that good stuff, but, you know, I want to focus a little bit on Hwin too, as well as Myman and Shrimsy. But Hwin has always been like one of the best fraggers actually we've ever had in North America. He's always been one of the top 10. I mean, he's really nuts, and I think, you know, him stepping into the kind of like the IGL role or kind of being the leader on the team has been, you know, his fragging has taken a little bit of a hit because of that, but he's still incredibly strong. And I think whatever formula they have now going with Tig that they've been able to move forward with, I think that's what's made them so strong. And I think Hwin has definitely taken a little bit of a backseat as far as his fragging goes, but I still think he's one of the best. So that team is just looking so good right now.
Well, it seems like something that we've seen before from him, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was when they get new.
He was nuts.
When he gets a new member on the team, it takes a little bit of time for that player to integrate into the overall Sonic scheme. And Win takes maybe a little bit more time focusing on his IGLing, right? IGLing in that case. Well, now that Tiggleton seems to kind of found his place and everybody's found their place around it, do you I think this might be the time that Win maybe starts stepping it up and starts fragging a little bit more? There you go. All right, well, we are going to go into game number 2. Hypoc, Cameron, take us away, boys.
We will. We'll take you straight away. We'll take you straight away into.
I got the reference. He's going to think neither of us got that reference, but I just on record, I got it, Par.
Okay, because I didn't. Because you're right, I didn't.
That's fine. We'll
Maybe
talk
it's because
about
I
that
wasn't
after.
listening. Maybe it's up there
It's
in
fine.
possibilities, but. The world will never know. Let's talk a little bit though about H-Win, because I know that we obviously discussed it during the previous game. They discussed it on the desk, and you had just told me the DM, the sneaky notes. You want to dive a little deeper in on that.
So even when we think back to the original Pecadorus roster, like Smurf, Vexel, D-Master, right? H1 was always the backbone of that team, right?
Deep dive,
We're talking like way, way back. But I mean, even if you look at it like across SSG, Cloud9, like when he first stepped into the Cloud9 roster, like, wow, like him and K-Mind was such a dynamic duo to watch play. And it's, I mean, we were just talking about being PCS1 like MVP. Like, the guy is insane. And the point they made on the desk was absolutely right. But to have a player like H-Win, like, in the back pocket as, like, at any one moment, he can pop off and 1v4 ATC, like, in Phase 9. Like, I'm sorry, I'd always have him. Always have him as the fourth player. He's always been mechanically talented in my mind and one of the best in NA. So I absolutely agree with Godspeed there. And I think... Yes, whilst we saw him go off to a slow start with Tiggleton stepping into this roster, I definitely think he's still a huge factor for Sonics.
Oh, yeah. You absolutely can't deny it. However, can he bring them to another victory a second time in a row on Erangel? We shall see, because that's what we're going to be watching. Game number 2, Game of the Program. That's on the syllabus. You should have read it before you came to class. Playing north to south. Let's call it perfectly vertical, though it's not. Let's all just pretend we can round up.
We take those.
Yeah. Of course. But again, it's 2 games in a row. Pretty fair playing path. I do think the previous one was more fair, but this is still not really catching any one particular team out of sorts. But will the circle be different? Okay, we say the circle. The circle actually ended up being less dramatic and less chaotic than it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, we could have seen an Oath circle with that first pop, but I mean, they were big chilling down towards Mill to Power towards the end of Circle 1. But it's I mean, Oath really the only ones really to struggle with this playing path. And you can see they've come down to the west side of Sosnovka, so they're going to be sharing a little bit of ground with 303. Other than that, again, not really too many overlaps. We've got a couple of members of Carnage stealing, well, historically Profi's vehicle. But I guess now Tiggleton's vehicle, and they're going to take that back over towards Ruins. But yeah, no real overlaps again. I know last week we had a couple of drops contested. Thinking back to the Illusion 303, which if you do review the VODs, then you would have known about that. But ATC over here in North George. And again, we talked about this last game, Cameron. I always say I love seeing teams set things up. And I was thinking at the start of last game, it's interesting you brought up the SDK, taking a slower rotation in and not actually opting to go for this nonsense around ATC, which I think has paid off for them pretty much every time they've done it. But for them to kind of bounce back, and I even myself, I thought, oh, maybe they're going to take a slower approach this week. Maybe they're going to go back to basics, try and, forward scouting, be leapfrogging into circles 2 and 3 and find themselves a really good position. But I mean, on the back of that west shift in Circle 3, cleaned up all the prison, and they literally farmed, right? So, I don't know if we're going to see the ATC situation again early game, but, I mean, they've definitely come with a different game plan this week.
I don't think we're going to see even ATC try and push that even further, because ATC have found, especially last week on Erangel, found a lot of success of actually taking a pretty central position. We saw that ATC do pretty well when they don't have to move and they can just farm for themselves. They picked up some good kills. You could argue how fed they were in terms of the circle, but the results still stand that they've had the best success when they weren't coming in from the edge. And so while there might be a little bit of a reason in the back of their mind of like, oh, why don't we try and push this STK fight more than usual, they might even want to go away from this as well. But STK already actually moving a lot sooner, I think because of the plane, but immediately going up toward George Moore Mountain to scout ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as well, the other side of it, like ATC finishing week 1 in such a good position leaderboard-wise, maybe on the flip side that ATC are like, well, we don't want to mess with this early game nonsense because we actually have a chance to place well. And I'm not saying that to throw shade, but when a team does like overperform, it can have effect on your mental in terms of setting things up that are like high risk, high reward like that. You want to play a safer game.
I think I'm looking at the map, and ATC, well, they are not pushing straight through crates into South George on foot to try and take that fight head-to-head, so I think we can confirm that as us being really smart and we know what we're talking about. But over here, Fabled, really loud, very first week, especially the first day, not so loud recently.
I mean, it wouldn't be Fabled. It wouldn't be Fabled.
It wouldn't be Fabled, yeah, if they didn't win a couple of games on the first day and then fall back onto the lower half of the leaderboard by the end.
No, I mean, I mean, me and Poro got into this last week when we were talking about it off air, but I mean, he's impressed me. And again, it's a household name. Maybe not so much in North America, but anybody who's followed kind of global PUBG knows who Haxetti is. We know what he's capable of, right? Just while I'm talking about this is some bull right here on the West Bridge, by the way. Zenith laying prone behind the barrier. But Haxetti is one of those players. Oh, dude, get him any way you can. I'm fine with it. I literally, just a couple of minutes ago, said I love seeing teams set things up, so I can't go back on my word now. But Haxetti, one of those players that, he's still impressed me with this comeback. He's still impressed me to step back into a team and perform the way he has. So I hope Fable can be a little more consistent with these two new players they do have. I know it's a bit of a meme in terms of day one Fable, but I mean, they're 6th overall right now. After this game, we're going to be halfway through the Grand Finals. It's not a terrible spot to be in.
Yeah, and we've only seen one day of Miramar, which is weird to say because their Miramar during group stage was awful, but I don't think it would be fair to them to say whether or not they could continue to do it before we see Miramar a second time, whether that first day was a fluke or not. Actually, it turns out we are full of shit, and we don't know what we're talking about because ATC and SK are actually fighting.
Yeah, and this is fairly typical as well. STK do this as well. They leave people up scouting off of Everest, and they've lost Luke for it here. Uncivil feeling himself a little bit. He's going to come up and challenge for the 1v2 here. He's going to get the first one. The second not coming through just yet, and Uncivil down to 15 HP. He's got to be careful here. That nade's money. That nade is money!
Right on it, too. Norkeys can easily just get a revive on a Marcelic, but no, Purdy Curdy's coming up to try and get the trade, and well-timed as well. He might even be able to get to his teammate and get the revive. Leaving North Georgia Bowl as we speak. They are very, very late. It was just the duo of Norkeys and Marcelic on the push, and the revive is coming through, but wait. What are they pulling up? Who's shooting at? It's Illusion all the way in the distance, all the way at Cube, and that spread north of the river. But I think the smokes coming out are going to give it to Shoot to Kill to allow to get the revive onto Uncivil and stay as 3. While Purdy actually peeks the push from the other 2 members of ATC, forces them away. And so what looked to be a really bad situation for SDK, it does get stabilized. They will have 2 kills early. They do lose 1 to get those, but could have been a lot worse.
I'm loving this new mouse pad, Kurt, honestly. Anybody in chat wonder if you want to frag like Birdie just audience. I mean, obviously I can't drop brand names on stream, but let's just say it was on my personal recommendation. So you can thank me later.
It's a nice little Microsoft Basics at Best Buy. So tiny itty bitty, itty bitty thing.
I mean, I wasn't gonna drop brands, but you just straight in there.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I outed you. I saw the sponsorship info. Whoa, okay, whoa. Illusion, now they're trying to push in onto this, and Civil does stop in time and actually gets a fair bit of damage onto Top Dog. But no, here comes the rest of Illusion, and can the other members of SCK on the high ground defend Uncivil enough? This man just got picked up, but he's able to get a knock. This could slow down the push from Illusion. I say that Free Me isn't slowed at all. Nothing's going to stop this guy. He's pushing straight in. Doesn't matter. Uncivil has it. That's an easy 2-piece for them. An Icy Flex. You might want to think twice before you roll up.
I mean, he's got the reinforcements coming in now. Kirk going to pull up in the UAZ, but Illusion got the damage on the way in there, and Uncivil still just flipping that around on its head, and he manages to pick up both kills. So SDK up to 4 kills again here in the early game. They have lost 1, but I mean, I said it last game. If your bad games are just going out with double-digit kill points, I mean, we take that any day of the week.
I don't know if they're going to be double digit this time around. Those don't come around as easy as you might have just implied. But yeah, they do still seem to be able to frag out, and they're perfectly fine taking these early game fights because they seem to win almost all of them. I only say almost because Luke was taken out, but he can now sort of, I guess, relax and sort of stretch himself up to come in as the big giant raid boss for the final 2 rounds. And they're still just pushing on foot, but here is the camp. Here's the camp from Zenith that you called out to trade 1-for-1. D-Rich actually gets a knock onto Mystery, but is confirmed onto Landoon. Smoke comes out to get the revive, and now what can the rest of 303 even do? Voxic, of course, has made his way across, and so he could put a secondary angle of pressure onto Zenith. But on the other hand, 303 just want to bail from this cross?
I mean, yeah, they can't follow up on the knock. I mean, Voxic can pull up a gas station, but he's not going to have great sight lines to this. And D-Rich, I mean, wisely so, I was going to say, unless they got another follow-up immediately, it's going to be difficult for them to make anything happen from that.
So really, losing one, still not the best look for them, and especially because 2 of their members have to cross all the way to the other bridge through the blue. Not going to do a lot of damage, but it's still not the best of situations to be in. But 303 still in it. They're still fighting ATC. They're still trying to find a place to hang out at least what remains of ATC, trying to find a little bit of a dip to hide out in. This doesn't give me a lot of confidence, though, for how they're going to play out the rest of the game as a pair.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if they can stay here for like 2 or 3 circles, then it could make something happen, but I mean, it's not a good position to be in. If the circle shifts here towards the late game, we know how chaotic some of these circles can get around this field and the area just over to the west of school. But obviously the reworking of Angle 2.0 gives them a few options now, as opposed to just sitting and waiting to die, I guess.
As opposed to, 1.5? And that might even be generous of options of the original Erangel. Over here on Oath. Wait, how did Oath lose a player? I missed that in the kill feed. Either way, they're down to 3 and pushing in from the east side. They might have lost one with 303 because if you remember, they weren't coming from Built Power. They're coming from Military Island itself. And they crossed over to the east bridge, crossing past with 303. But shoot to kill, they're still they're just pushing. But Crawfresh seems to be aware of something. So he's sort of crawling around, trying to stay low, stay slow. Doesn't want to give a footstep of information over towards Alo. But where's the rest of SCK? SCK are playing very, very loose, and this time around it might come back to bite them.
Yeah. I don't know if this is intentional or Alo's just out here hunting kills. Maybe he thinks this is the weakened illusion that would have fallen back to here. Or maybe it's just some scouting, but you can see Crawfresh right next to her on the minimap here. I'm surprised. Actually, Crawfresh hasn't got a line of sight onto this just yet. Surely he knows.
I honestly don't know what they know.
Jump over to Kickstart. Circle does pull back towards Ruins, and that area that ATC did position looking mighty tasty now, actually. Obviously, we'll have to see the next one, but they're going to struggle to hold that down as a duo. And like I said, this is the situation that could be their demise if anybody pulls up. We know how often the circles are and there you go. Crawfresh was aware of Alo's spot, and they will lose him.
Yeah, we saw for a split second when the circle closed at SDK, they were actually setting up in a triangle formation, a full 1-1-1. I don't know if that was just waiting for information to wait to see where the next circle went, but Alo, I think you can say even without knowing that Carnage were there specifically, perhaps just a little bit too deep. And maybe Purdy and Civil tried to follow up when the circle popped, but weren't there in time. Crawfresh found a really easy frag. So SDK now down to 2, and that's going to really limit their ability to take a lot of these fights. But luckily, the circle in their favor shouldn't force them to move too much. And Carnage pulling back, finding a good building compound pretty close to center, but here is the north side of Primorsk. A number of teams already inside the city, which I think is a little shocking.
Yeah, it is. There's obviously we know a couple of the hot spots around Pachinki can get occupied early on, but a lot of people banking on the shift coming back this way. Zenith will find the 2 stragglers from Illusion. We did see them making a mad dash out in the direction of Everest, but I guess Illusion didn't manage to get too far away from where they engaged with STK. But you see 4 teams banking on the Pachinki shift here, and I mean, it's a surprise given where it is, but this is not what you want to be doing in Circle 3. You don't want to be this sandwiched in with one team, let alone 2.
Where is Wooly going? We saw him on Pachinki driving all the way down south. Maybe he's just waiting out there trying to spot information to make sure they're not being backfilled on or pushed on from the south. But Oath here, taking an alright position on the east side. I don't know how good it's going to be because they're going to have to cross through a couple of different teams to get towards center, and their sightline isn't the greatest. But if it does shift over towards them onto the east side, of course, I think this could be a very good position for them to be in. 30 seconds for Phase 4 to start. We've seen a little bit of movement around when we lost Illusion, but other than that, it's been a pretty uneventful Phase 3, which isn't terribly uncommon. But now that just means that the fighting is going to happen a lot bigger, a lot more fiery once it breaks out.
If this one pulls away from Pachinki, we're going to have an absolute bloodbath on Sonic's doorstep, to be honest with you. They've got a nice little 3-1 split across, I'm still going to call it Profi Compound. That will go down as Profi Compound for the rest of days.
History. Ooh, there it is. Circle swings down towards the south, and it doesn't shift away from Pachinki, but surely this should be good for Sonic still. Rotation through.
I mean, Wisely going to regroup here. They're anticipating, I guess, a lot of pressure towards the south. Maybe they hear Duel taking some shots from 303, but Duel will make it all the way into the barn, and that makes things a little bit more difficult for 303 because they might have something to play up here for this circle, but definitely not for the next.
303, they were a team that I was excited to watch coming into the Grand Finals because they just really like to take a lot of those fights, but it just hasn't been clicking once. I don't know if it's because it's a harder lobby from group stage, but consistently they put themselves on edge to take these fights, and they just never really work out in their favor. And so I don't know how confident I would be watching them right now. They need to find those openings if they want a position to push. Oh, okay. I think I see Duel pushing on the minimap. Don't know exactly where they're going. It looked like the retreat from Wooly that we saw earlier is just them getting out of Pachinki, which I think is the right call. But Zenith now rolling up on a hilltop. Tires being popped by Carnage. But are Zenith in a position to be able to trade back, get a couple of knocks? I don't even know. I don't know about kills at this point. But they're trying to put themselves in a position to play for the late game. They already have 3 kills. Trying to make that even more.
Yeah, and I guess that, well, for a lot of these teams, they're just going to try and spread a little bit and hold on to what they've got. And Zenith, you can see alongside Pachinki Highway, actually, Cherry getting a knock onto McCoy, and then McCoy running Gaxi over. So, not sure how that played out, but back over here towards the Watertown Hills. Actually, Gregshot got an opening up onto Pat Caps here. 2 members of Oath pulling up right in front of Gregshot. Didn't expect one to be lurking down at the edge of Watertown. You see Liberate get eliminated in 15th elsewhere. Snakers and Real are the last 2 standing now for Oath. And I hate to say it, but they could be looking at back-to-back 0-point games here.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good look for them. Really good positioning by Gregshot. Fable pushing in. He's off on the side trying to find that angle, but here's ATC. They haven't had to move a lot, but here the action coming to the doorstep. The Molly comes in a little too late, but Snakers could be a second option for them, opportunity for them, rather. But look at Fable, putting shots on the ATC as well, trying to push in from the north side, and Oath, Relo, and Snakers able to find a position of their own. Hey, you remember this area?
I do remember this area, yeah. It was the spot I said it was going to be difficult for ATC to hold on to.
Oh, yeah, that one. I was trying to make a throwback to DreamHack Austin, but that might be a little too long ago for a lot of our...
Oh, no, that was actually 250 meters over to the east, and I will never forget that spot on the map, don't worry. That's why I know it's not here. Thanks,
got it. All right. Well, there was a knock on to Snakers, but it's going to be a revive from Relo. But still, like ATC, I don't know how confident I would be trying to hold on to this position, because if the circle shifts even a little bit towards the north, that's a lot of places that aren't really playable. I'd expect a team to try and push it onto the position sooner rather than later at some point, and yep, it is going to go in that direction. So they are the circle for now. They're alive for now, but for how much longer is the real inquisitive, big old question mark riddle in the cards.
Yeah, no, I mean, I want to keep an eye on this Pachinki situation because that shift has just cut the three teams we were talking about earlier. Actually, Radiance included now, and Duel because they've pulled over from the barn. So Sonic's pulling away from Church has opened it up for the taking. And ATC miraculously still alive in the spot I said they might not last long if a couple of other teams pull up here. But I think their time may be coming to an end, Cameron.
Yeah, Fabled, they're not exactly pulling up. It's more of a leisurely approach. But they're actually maybe going past. Ooh, a couple of shots coming out onto Hella. Does remind them that there are players in this dip, and there it is. Right when they mentioned it's going to be Greg's shot, still playing the flank position. He's been putting in a lot of work for Fable. Do you call out Hexetic? I think Greg Shot's also been a really good member of the team, especially these grand finals so far. And 4 up for Fabled. They hit the end game, they become almost a different team. It's really their mid-game woes that seem to bite them more than anything else. And so they might become a scary team once again in this round. But having to push forward out in the open, Carnage could have a line of sight. SCK could have a line of sight. And Oath, of course, could also have a line of sight and stop that from happening.
How have STK managed to actually get to this spot? They were literally out by Ruins. I don't know. Okay. I don't know how he manages it. The camera goes off him for like 2 minutes and Kurt somehow finds a way into the next circle. And I mean, they've only got a car fort, but I mean, they're going to be able to out-survive a couple of other players that will fall with this circle shift, but whether or not any teams will get wiped, we see 303 getting a lot of pressure over towards this side, and Zenith now trying to rain down on top of them. There you go, 303 will go out. Hard Shift's now going to pull back a little bit, and Zenith's still looking to pressure downhill, but Hard Shift's got to make a play towards them.
Ooh, also made a play on his Oath. It's Veritas trying to push on into their position. Veritas is on the kill feed, take out Liberate earlier. And now they're just trying to get closer towards the circle. They're going to put themselves in a 2-2 split. And the center split between Sharpshot and Keenan, well within grenade range. Raining it in onto Oath. But also, of course, shooting in the direction of Fabled onto the north side. Snakers, though, proning down. He's not going to peek this, but rather, it's Machi that gets the knock onto Keenan.
Yeah, and actually, things not really kicking off the way I thought they would on the edge of Pachinki, but that one's going to make it interesting for sure. There you go. You see the kill feed completely light up there. Snake is actually going to fall over here to Jazza. Jazza will flush him out. Comets will fall elsewhere. And there you go. Relo will get found by Sharpshot. And that will be Oath following in 11th. And just people dying all over the shot now.
All over the place, really. But Radiance, 4 up. You said they ran over one of their teammates and they were able to get them back up and pushing forward through Pachinki, taking out everyone in their wake. Comets were first. And now can Duel really hold up towards the Titans that are Radiance. Group stage Radiance, rather. Let's ignore Grand Finals Radiance so far. But they do seem to be on a completely different turn of things. Now they've hit the second day, or much less the second week. Trying to find the information, trying to find the opening to get into the circle, because if Duel take way too long to peek them, well, Radiant's going to have to deal with the blue themselves as well. They're leaving a couple of members behind just to watch. But Los could put them in a bad situation. Okay, he has a teammate there on the flank to assist him, and now the blue is pushing in. They know they have to take this fight against a Duel. Lampalot is peeking over from the roof. Does get a knock against Waldo. That could be an easy flush, but no, Loss is there to trade out immediately. And now what is Wooly going to do? He's going to push forward, try and get an answer onto this, but it's actually going to be... Who is that?
Shrimsy from distance.
Shrimsy found it.
Yeah, and blue is closing in now, and Gaxi now opening up with the Fabled, so they won't get the res onto Waldo because of how close the circle is, but Gaxi's spotted a number of teams down in the field here, but again, not really safe for him to push up on this. An H-Win actually going to shut down Loss from distance. Crop going to steal that one away from him. As Hard Shifts and Fabled both go out in 9th and 8th. And Sonic's looking to flex out onto this ridge a little bit now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the big map, and no one is in the dead center. Everyone is playing or on this ridge because of how open it is. And Sonic can try and take control of that as they continue to put a little bit of pressure towards Radiance as well as Dodge, but it's actually going to be a full run across the road, at least for a split second before he realizes that that asphalt is really, really hot. Sun's been shining down on it all day and going to put on some shoes and hope that the rubber doesn't stick to the pavement. It was a Molotov that he ran into. Okay, I was trying to make a little something out of it.
I'm gonna let you keep going with that one. Keep going.
No. We're good. We're gonna fall away from that one. McCoy also gets taken out. Radiants just haven't been able to find their way into the circle, but can you really blame them? It was a big open run coming out from the church. I think they picked up a number of kills to make this round worth it, but unfortunately, it looks like it's getting cut off sooner than they would have preferred.
No, and Crop actually staying alive kind of prevents Sonics from crossing the road right now. You can see them put out a couple of smokes now. H-Wing going to play that anchor role that I was talking about earlier, and the three-man push from Mime, Shrimsy, and Tickle are going to come over the top here. Crop finds one, but the trade is good. Shrimsy will find him, and Sonic should be able to get 4 back on her feet. And like I said, right there is the situation we were discussing earlier, right, Cameron? H-Wing plays anchor. He lets the 3 fraggers just go for it, and that's an unsung hero. You don't often get an opportunity to see things like that happening, but H-Win making us look like geniuses, Cammy.
Of course. Oh, yeah. You love it when that happens. But the circle does shift away towards the west side, and Sonic's going to have to push once again. And already Zenith pushing closer towards the east to hold them out. They heard that fight. They heard that push, and they don't want to give Sonics any more room than they have to. And STK also finally being punished for their weak positioning. A knock already on 1 and fire on the second. They both go out. They go out in 5th place. But considering their early game,
I mean,
it's not really that bad of a situation, but what can Carnage do now?
I mean, I'll take it. Like you said, with the early game, that was kind of unexpected for them to get all the way to 5th place, especially losing Halo as well on that little flex towards Ruins. But Veritas trying to make a mad dash in the vehicles now. Corefresh got to defend this crash. Keenan pulls up right in front of him. Can't get any damage on the way in now. Let's see what Veritas can do.
He's getting peeked. Where are the rest of Carnage's teammates? They're not even worried about him at all. Corefresh basically playing that as a solo. And Veritas take that with ease. Not even sweating, not even worried about it. And now where can the rest of Carnage even go? Because Veritas just took the position that they very likely would have needed to find any sort of rotation inside. Dre takes a lot of damage. And already the rest of Carnage are pulling back and trying to decide what they can do a second time. But he is able to make his way inside. Perhaps his angle could give a little bit of assistance to his teammates. But the blue, it deals a lot of damage at this point, as well do grenades.
Surely not. No. Yeah, good. He's taking utility. I was going to say, okay. don't go for that res, for the love of God. But Veritas foaming at the mouth now, watching Carnage come out of these yellows. And I think it's a matter of time before Ripper will fall. That nade going to do a little bit of damage to him, but he is a little bit of damage mitigation there. Another one comes into the smoke. That one's not going to do anything, though. Like I said, a matter of time until he falls there. This smoke's about to expire, and he's gonna get caught with his pants down here.
There it is. Yeah. Fishing with Dynamite didn't work, but the gun sure does, and Carnage do go out to Veritas. We did see in the kill feed Zenith win their 4v4 versus Sonics, and we haven't looked at them in a while, but they're at 11 kills right now, really holding strong. Their earlier push towards center working out for them in spades. And now they're in a final 4 versus 4. Unfortunately, it might be a 3 versus 4 because Roth does go down. Pentalol is able to secure that as well. They have the high ground, but Veritas have control over the majority of the circle. And potentially a crate if they want to make their way towards that. But I don't know if you'd want to be too greedy with things. Kickstart finds 1. Evens it up at least a little bit. Veritas with 11 kills of their own as well. And Mystery gets another one peeking over the side. It's falling apart for Veritas. I say that. Sharpshot immediately trades it back in kind. It's blow for blow every single time these teams are fighting, but now it is just Keenan remaining. Mystery in one angle. The member on the side. Going to go for the revive, but in the smoke is a little bit of a greedy one.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about this. Zenith look like they're trying to reset as well to get Kickstart back on his feet, but later a Mystery going to sweep all the way back over to this side. Keenan needs to get a couple of bandages off. He has no first aids in the pack. And they're actually going to let Zenith get this res back up, so it puts it back to a 3v2 situation for them. And Keenan is hurting right now. I don't know if Jazza has any kits himself. He's slow healing as well, so this is terrible for the Veritas boys.
Yeah. I mean, you can't knock going for the revive there. It's really the only play that Keenan must have had, but at this point, it's Zenith are taking their own revives. Keenan gets a knock, brings it back to a 2v2, but he took a couple of shots and he's unable to heal that. Going to be sticking on 20 HP for the rest of time, excluding, of course, passive healing coming out from the pills that he just took. But Mystery and Kickstart left in
No,
a
he's
2
not taking a vehicle.
versus 2. Surely. Okay, bit of a bait maybe. Trying to find some information. He's going for late. He's going to go for the revive once again. You just can't keep Zenith down, apparently. Kickstart spots 1. Guys are trying to trade back. Gets behind a tree. Bit of a split. If you can knock Kickstart, it could be something. And no, it's going to be a grenade coming out from Keenan again. 2 versus 2. And Keenan found a med kit or first aid kit somewhere. And now Mystery goes down and makes it a 2 versus 1. Zenith, they might have just let this one slip away from them.
Oh my word. Veritas clutch up at the end there. Keenan going absolutely huge, and they'll come out with a 14-kill win. That was actually special. The back and forth there between Zenith and Veritas, Cammy. Wow.
I mean, Zenith looked like they had that. They had the high ground. They had the man advantage, but while going for the revives, they let it slip for like a split second. And Veritas executed on that, and just Keenan especially has really been shining in this roster. Even looking at PCS1, he's been such an amazing player here. 6 kills this time around, but as you mentioned, it's been 14 for the whole team. Both Veritas and Zenith picked up a bunch of kills this game alone. And these are both teams that you probably imagine really, really needed and wanted these kills.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you said it absolutely. Keenan making a massive move there as soon as Zenith reset for the res onto later. I think whoever it was far out on the west side, but Keenan with a huge sweep round on the underside of the hill lands a perfect nade. Perfect nade, and that opened it up for him. Wow, just really impressive late game play there from Veritas.
Yeah, and it's a weird area of the map to play around in, but you have to imagine that makes it perfect for the teams that really want to go for those kills, really want to try and, not play in compounds and not try and, I guess, macro their way to victory. And Zenith and Veritas, just two teams that sort of, I want to say, failed to deliver to expectations during the beginning of the Grand Finals, but similar to SDK in the previous game, is this them coming back up to match? I don't know.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but you absolutely said it. This could be the upward trend for them.
Well, we're going to have to see. We have 2 more games left, but before we get to that, we are going to go back to the desk as they break down game number 2.
Well, hello, everybody. We are back once again. Before we get to breaking down game number 2, we have coupons. We've got codes for you. I'm going to read the font, the hard stuff here. Once again, actually, no, I'm not. I'm just going to tell you the code. 730JKZOSAYVL. You can put that in the add bonus gift code section of the Pick'em Challenge event tab, and you will cop yourself a coupon. That's 730JKZOSAYVL. All right, let's get into that game. Godspeed. What the hell?
I don't know. That was
is Zenith doing?
I really feel like that was their game to lose. Granted, I don't want to take away how hard Veritas fought for that.
Okay, let's fantastic. You're playing the advocate. You're playing it right down the middle like you should.
I don't think Zenith should have lost that game.
Fantastic flank by Mystery. God flank by Mystery.
Dude.
Gets 2 of them down. Brings Veritas down to 1 player. They've got 2 up, 1 down to get rezzed. They go for the res. They pull Mystery back from the God flank. They send Leda out on another flank. He gets roasted by a prone man, and they go to get res on him. What Clover?
I mean, it was absolutely insane. Like you said, if Keenan didn't get that res on Jazza, I really think that there was a very good opportunity for Zenith to clutch that, but they let off the brakes just a bit. They played almost a tiny bit too cautious. They allowed Veritas to really continue those rotations and hold on to that angle. And I mean, now, as we kind of look back at the highlights, seeing now we're getting into phase 7, how small this circle was, how crazy this position was. And you can see on the minimap, of course, Veritas, there's this amazing flank by Mystery, taking out both Penta and Jazza, but I mean, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see Zenith and Veritas are two teams that I've kind of talked about, that I said there's so much potential, but they just haven't quite lived up to it. Earlier, you asked me what my biggest sad surprise was, and it was that Veritas was as underperforming, in which they were, but now kind of going to eat my words a bit, because that was a fantastic display for them, albeit, you know, kind of some question marks on
Gifted.
Zenith. Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah. All right, Godspeed. Do you have anything else? Are we piling on to Zenith now, or are we just going to give them the?
I don't think it's necessary. I mean, we could sit here and break down that fight over and over again. The fact of the matter is I feel like that was a squandered opportunity for them to close out the game. I mean, that's just the way I saw it. You know, I could be wrong, but it just didn't look like it should have went Veritas's way.
Fair enough. Well, we saw a couple of other questionable plays in that one as well. I'm not sure what the hell Carnage was doing coming out of those yellows.
Yeah, that was something.
That was a little suspect. But to be fair, though, a lot of this was kind of as a result of very aggressive, confident, just taking the fight to everybody else play coming out of Veritas, which is something that we haven't really seen so far. So does this look like a turning point to you, or is this flash in the pan, Godspeed?
It's kind of hard to tell with these guys. I mean, they came in really strong in PCS1 Grand Finals. They just barely got second place. You know, STK was able to inch it out. And then coming now into not only the group stages for PCS2, but Grand Finals, I mean, Veritas has been on a slow start. We've obviously seen them have their big games that they should be having, but we also see them have really odd games where they just don't accumulate any points, or their positioning is off, or just something is not right when going into, you know, a team fight or just trying to rotate. I don't know if it's, you know, the start of the upward trend of their momentum, or if it is just a flash in the pan.
Clover, once again, we see big points up at the top of that leaderboard, trailing off into little or nothing. If you are a coach and we are halfway through the day on Erangel, are you telling your players, okay, are you starting to think maybe now is the time to hit the button? Not necessarily the panic button, but maybe the button to say, okay, we need to start maybe changing our play style up a little bit, maybe start going a little bit more after kills, more after points, because as it seems to be trending, things are all going into a couple of pockets here.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? We're seeing Greg Shot once again up here in 5th, but Kickstart for Zenith, Keenan for Veritas, our two teams up to the end, but Uncivil, Shrimsy, again, Shoot to Kill and Sonics are still able to capitalize on this. And so even for the teams that we're seeing in these later games, you've got to take into account that you're going to get most of your points here from kills, and I think that that's kind of where we're seeing just a little bit of struggle. Now, when we go back to damage, the conversation here, of course, is going to be what gets translated into kills overall from this.
Great damage coming out from the Veritas boys, and they translated that into plenty of kills. Godspeed, we were touching a little bit on Radiance as we saw the big fight of teams coming out of Pachinki there towards the late game. We saw Radiance end up being the winner of that before immediately dying after that. What do you think about Radiance's performance? I mean, they ended up in, I think, 3rd overall with points. Are they turning things around, or is this still kind of a disappointing performance by them?
It's hard to say. I mean, they haven't moved on the leaderboard. I'm pretty sure they've just sat in 9th the entire time. So, like, they're getting points. Don't get me wrong. It's just they're getting points at more of a stagnant pace, so they're not really moving themselves up or down. They're just kind of existing. I really still believe Radiance is a team that should be squeezing themselves into at least the top 5, but it's been a little slow for them, a little slower than usual. I can say that they usually, even if with a bad start, it's a team that can bounce back, but the bounce back has been not as bouncy as we would have liked to hope for them.
Not too bouncy indeed. Clover,
it's not a big spring in that step. You know what I'm saying?
It hadn't been very spring. It hadn't been very spring. But you know what? We did see them pull out that big high kill win last week. We still got 2 on Erangel left to go. Maybe they can pull something together. Clover, another team that is in desperate need of pulling something together. They made it through the entire group stage without getting a single chicken dinner. They've made it through almost halfway through the grand finals, and they've only gotten 1 placement point. 303. What is happening?
I think sometimes we often say about teams that have fallen back into bad habits. I think this is a team that's doing exactly that. Near the end of group stages, we were talking about the growth that we saw and the aggression, what was working for them. And now that we've gone into the top 16 here for the grand finals, it seems like all of that has fallen apart. And I think now as we're starting to approach the halfway point here for the grand finals, you've got to start to ask yourself what isn't working and change it, because at this point, what more do you have to lose?
Well, what more do you have to lose indeed? Marcelic still holding on to that kills top 5. Tiggleton still right behind him. Shrimsy and Greg Shot making a run as well. Let's take a look at the damage. Tiggleton still holding on, but Marcelic has narrowed that gap. Not a whole lot, but I mean it's still
he's working
still
on
1,000
it.
of damage, man.
Yeah, he's working on it. You also have Guab B from Liberate doing a fantastic job. Shrimsy and Snickers always a threat on any of these leaderboards. Real quick though, Poro, I also want to I kind of want to touch on the teams we're not really talking about, and that's we kind of touched on 303, but the illusions. Kind of the dodges, the teams that we expected to do really well. I think for me, the big ones that come into mind are 303 and Illusion. Those are 2 of the teams that looked really great coming out of groups and have really kind of struggled going into the grand finals. And I'm not exactly sure why, because they looked really, really strong coming into this. So I'm not sure what's going on with those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask Clover. In a way, this is kind of what we were talking about with this point gobblers, right?
Yeah.
These are those teams, right? These teams that are in the middle of the ground that are suffering because of these teams that are gobbling so many points, right? This is if you're the question I asked you earlier about, is it time to press the button to change up strats? Illusion 303. If you're in the middle of the leaderboard, that's kind of what you got to be thinking now, right?
Yeah, and too, I think sometimes another conversation that we've even had, especially with teams like Illusion, is that they do have a map strength. We will see teams like Illusion, Radiance perform much better on Miramar, but what that's doing is it's allowing those teams whose game translates across both maps to really take the lead, and once they feel comfortable on one map, switching over to that team's good map, they might take away a lot of opportunities, and so now you're running out of tricks. And I think if you're Illusion, if you're Radiance, and you're finding yourself struggling in grand finals compared to what you did in the group stages, you need to kind of think, all right, whatever we're doing here on Erangel today is not working. Let's just shake it up, because I mean at this point, it's heartbreaking to see, because like Godsby said, we know there's so much potential, especially for players like McCoy, that we're really not quite seeing just yet.
Well, speaking of shakeups, I mean if we go back to last week, going into the final game. 303 hadn't been having that great of a day on Erangel, right? And in the last game, they decided to hot drop on top of Illusion in Primorsk. So maybe that's something that we could look forward to seeing here in the next couple of games. Godspeed.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe something needs to happen. I can tell you that right now. Something needs to change. So
need a little shot in the arm. Yeah. Everything needs a little shot in the arm every now and then. And our shot in the arm is going to be our dynamic duo casters, High Pock and Cameron Davis. Take it away once again, gentlemen.
Yep. We're back.
Yep.
Game 3 or 4. More of Erangel. We're going to be running it through. I got nothing more to add to that. Other than, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Of course, got to look at the leaderboard, though. Sonics, despite not making it as deep in the previous game as they did on game number 1, still holding down that top spot. Very, very strong. It's, what is that, a 34-point lead that they have over Oath?
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at it, and I know me and you have talked about this before, but obviously them stepping up their Erangel game is a huge deal, considering the disparity between their average points per game across the 2 maps. So I'm fine with that previous game, honestly, considering what they were putting out on Erangel to what we're seeing now, which is way more consistent in terms of top 8 placings, getting some kills on the board. I mean, previously we were seeing them kind of make it to 7th with 0 kills, like 1 solo up and stuff. And last weekend it was on the back of a couple of huge performances from Tiggleton on Miramar in particular. But yeah, you can't be too upset about those.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't. You brought up the map sort of map split. Clover did as well on the desk. This isn't the last time that we're going to see Erangel. We have one more round of all Erangel next Friday, but still, we have all day of Miramar tomorrow. Are there any teams that are like sort of failing to live up to their own win condition of needing to perform well on Erangel?
I mean, Radiance looked absolutely insane on Miramar previously, and I mean, you could say the same thing really on the flip side as I did about Sonics, which is they haven't really stepped up on Erangel, right? And you've got to nail both. You can't rely on getting your performance carried on the one map and not the other. But I don't know. It's something we're going to have to follow coming into obviously tomorrow's games.
Yeah, well, again, yeah, exactly. We also might even see a team that is supposed to do good on Miramar completely just trip and fall all day tomorrow. Because that's the thing about having one map for the entirety of the day, is that you don't really get a chance to reset. It's very difficult to sort of get your mind in a new position that the map swap allowed you to. It comes with its own disadvantages, though. Of course, if you're on a good streak, you're able to keep that streak a little stronger, just in the mental aspect. By the way, Plane Path coming through. Once again, 3 games in a row. Plane Path was fair. Are we going to see 3 games in a row where the circle is fair? Who knows? We're going to have to see. Definitely, I think already this day of Erangel has been a huge contrast between what we saw last Friday, because those games were just, even if they weren't in a weird area of the map with a bunch of water, it was just hardships back and forth. But it looks like the first circle is going to be fairly even. Still, of course, a little bit of Sosnovka Island in play, but it's at the level that unless we see 2 hardships in a row, it's not going to really be much of an issue. I very much expect to see us play, for the most part, north of farm. Could even see the end game similar to game number 1, but that's, of course, can't call that just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the tricky circle ones are usually an issue only if we see back-to-back hard shifts, like you said. So we'll have to see where this circle 2 goes when it rolls around.
But because of that sort of neutral plane path, once again, I don't know if we're going to be seeing a lot of action in the early game. Comets right now rolling up to the Dirty Dozen. Veritas looting up school apps. I think it's going to be a pretty standard early game. I'm just looking at the map right now, and yeah, I don't see anything that's really off of things. I mean, there is, of course, Carnage all the way on Kameshki in a 4-box split, but yeah, no, it doesn't look like any team is really in a position to fight immediately. That, of course, doesn't speak for rotational engagements. Anyone setting a trap. Oath right now rotating in towards Milta Power. They're actually quite greedy with this separation that they have, this loot pattern that they have, because they've spread all the way up towards Prison, towards the Povka, but no one is in the area to contest them, so why would you blame them for that?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm fine with that. You know, make use of the space you're given, to be honest with you, but nobody really tends to mess with them. I mean, not nowadays, at least. Obviously, back when Wolf was on the roster, I know they had... Oh, okay. I was about to make a Shrimsy driving reference, but I don't think he actually hit that. But yeah, no, but when Wolf was back on the roster, obviously they did have some issues historically with their spot getting contested. But nowadays, I think people leave them to their own devices, and I'm fine with it until they start getting punished. Obviously, they're just going to slowly flex out more and more, and obviously, depending on the playing path, it's good to have a lot of space, right? If you have to stretch to your spot. And not have any nonsense with people coming to run you over before you even hit the ground and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's one less thing to worry about.
That really is really the worst, where you have to fly a long distance, but you also got to fly past where 3 other teams their loot spot is right there. And so even if it's not a vehicle that you're fighting over and get run over, as you mentioned, also just a really early M14 iron sights that they try and shoot you out of the sky with. It's not fun. So that's, I guess, one of the benefits of playing on the edge is obviously, unless the plane is on the opposite side of it, that, I guess, is one less angle to worry about. Of course, you have to drive in all the way from the edge. Nonetheless, anyway, shoot to kill. Hold out Georgia Pole. ATC are actually nowhere near this. They've went all the way up towards Zarky. And is that a reaction to the fight on the mountain last game?
It's official. They're shook.
I guess. I imagine, but it's not like shoot to kill push into North George. I don't think it'll be difficult from ATC to find their own rotation. I guess they could be worried about Illusion holding off the spot that they did the previous game as well. I could see that being a concern, but going up towards Zarky, I don't know if that's necessarily a demand because of that.
No, and I think actually, it plays more to STK's strength. They have one less thing to worry about, right? And again, we've talked about this early game situation a number of times, and it's the what if factor that can throw your game off. Is this the game they camp that bridge? Is this the game they're waiting for us to rotate past Cube, etc., etc. So I think it plays more to STK's strength, to be honest.
Yeah, because then they actually have to, I guess, spend less time getting to their scouting locations, because we know how much STK love to scout. They're not the only team that do so. I don't want to imply that STK are the only team that scout, but they love to scout. They what is it? Salivate over it. It's almost an addiction to them.
Foaming at the mouth. I've used that term a number of times over the last few weeks. I don't know how I keep coming back to it.
Yeah, we all have our repeat phrases.
It's going to become a crutch phrase. Wait for it.
Yeah, at some point. Yeah, you gotta sort of catch them early. It's like a disease. You really don't want to let it develop before you start giving medication. Don't ask me how phrases and diseases are comparable. They're obviously very different from each other. Also very different is this early game right now from where action's happening, because nothing's really going on. ATC now rotating away from Zoik with the blue right at their back. I feel like they just barely had enough time to get a full loot cycle in there, and I wonder how much utility, how much resources going to have. Looking at Aguila's backpack, it seems pretty all right, but they're going to be driving in with the blue at their back. They're not going to be able to stop and try and search for information. It's almost going to have to be a blind send, and if anyone is in their way, it could be what?
Don't know.
All right. Well, Woolly's here. Or is it the... No, yeah, so the Comets grabbed this compound. Wooly has now arrived. Blew up... A vehicle blew up at some time. Don't know whose it was. But now Victor took a lot of damage. Has a medkit on. Nade doesn't go far enough for D-Tree to find the knock, but it's going to be the angle held by Yaxley. I don't know if this is a fight that Duel had a whole set to take, or if it was more... Wooly discovered them and was all out of sorts, and the rest of Duel were trying to follow up behind, but now that Wooly's out, Duel might want to think of backing off.
And I'm not sure really how he's got stuck down in this spot, but maybe some early game aggression here. Wooly will finally get confirmed here, and D-Tree's looking to punish Cherry as well. That nade actually got into this. Ooh, Cherry's lucky to get away with his life there. But going to hop back in the buggy now and try and get the hell out of there, which is the right decision. A little way back out. He's going to take a couple of taps on the way out, actually, as well.
A little bit, but doesn't get confirmed, fortunately. And Duel able to stop the bleeding. I'm not going to say stabilize, because they did lose one, and they didn't really get anything out of it. But they don't lose more. And it could have been a lot worse for them. But 303, face-to-face with Veritas. Honey Badger trying to spot the rotation from Jazza. They're not going to go for the shots, because these are actually both teams, I believe, that are playing on the military base. Jazza is down here by himself while the rest of his team is in school. And it's unfortunately spotted, but 303, because they have to move to the circle, they're not going to put more resources that direction than they need to. They're just going to back off. It's just one kill. It's not exactly worth it.
Well, yeah, I think Jazza actually, maybe he wasn't actually sat in front of his PC for the plane, but it looked like he AFK dropped, I'm not going to lie, because obviously the rest of Veritas are in their normal drop spots. We get a pretty harsh north shift here.
Yeah.
And STK have just strolled into school, it looks like. So they're going to get themselves probably one of the strongest spots in this Circle 2. Meanwhile, obviously, ATC backfilling the gas station up here after Illusion left it. So they're going to get a little bit of space as Illusion heads south as well. But that's an interesting shift, to be honest, because we know where these tend to pull towards. Oh, Reno actually going to pull into.
Okay.
He runs over Waldo. Lost. Now going to open up with the barrel. He's actually going to be able to trade it out. Lucky there, because Reno did get a shot off onto Lost, and no follow-up from Dodge. So Radiant should be able to reset and get this res.
No rush, Los. It's not like Waldo's bleeding out right next to you. Go ahead and pop your own stim. Oh, okay, here it comes. That's why he was waiting for the push. Oh my god, he gets clipped just barely by the tire, but 3 members out. He's only able to get 1 down. And the rest of Radiance don't exactly have the angle, and so it looked to be like a good stabilize. It's going to be 2 down officially for Radiance, and now Dodge have this dip to play around in. It's a good grab because of the number of teams trying to push into the southeast quarter of the circle. Gaxi and McCoy left for Radiance. Are they going to try and, I guess, push back onto Dodge, or just take their losses with a smile? Oh,
I mean, Oath's coming in with the third party, but this is tricky because Radiance don't actually have line of sight on the spot that Wardo and Lost were playing. They can't support them there. I mean, it's difficult to see Radiance lose to like that, but I guess it's much of the same of what we've been seeing. It's painful to watch.
Number of teams, because of the hard shift, forced out of sorts on their own rotation. Duel, it looks like they felt they don't have any other option other than going actually all the way up towards Yasnaya, might even going into the city themselves, and eventually push down across the fields. But if a team gets to the sort of bombed out new craters in the fields, it could be bad. STK taking the apartments, as you mentioned. There's actually Purdy Curdy out on the low ground building. Could be a good little information flank position for him, but the majority of the team, of course, in the easier to defend apartments themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't like. I have a special name for that building that Kurt is in.
Yeah,
and it's Skid Mark, and it's
Nice.
called that for a reason, because I think every single time I went, and this is coming from somebody that used to drop and loot school and apps, and obviously the Rozhok area. Every time I went to that building, I was the first person to die on my team. So that's why I call it the Skid Mark. Plus, also there's a dirt road that comes into it.
It's a double entendre then.
Yeah,
it's got deep. It's a deep call out.
Mm-hmm.
It's got multiple meanings. Got to read in between the lines to really get the political message that Hypelock is trying to tell us all.
So I don't like that Kurt is there, but Kurt is somebody who likes to prove me wrong time and time again. So I'm sure he's gonna drop another 10 kills from there.
Yeah, actually, probably. Maybe not anymore. Not from that position, at least, because it's going to be a shift, a medium shift towards the northeast. But already you can see SDK and a number of other squads in their vehicles to push up. Sonic's here, coming out from Potato. They didn't really have a big possibility of getting the circle unless there's a hard shift in their direction, so they should be prepared to drive like they're going to have to. But Purdy and the rest of the SDK rolling up at the same time that Liberate are trying to get to Alamo. Not exactly on the angle to punish the rotate, just to... Whoa, Isaac, watch where you're going, boy. Spots out SDK, and he's actually able to make his way out of there. Somehow, Purdy isn't able to find that damage. Gets a little bit of damage against him from Liberate, forced to back away, and SDK might want to rethink where they're going to play at.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult here because this is such a hard spot to kind of coexist with the surrounding compounds being occupied. Obviously, the 4-man down at Alamo that's kind of wild, but we have to hop back on with that as Roth pulls up into one of the craters here. The rest of Zenith actually following up on it after he's taken a little bit of pressure on the way in, but there's not too much ATC can do about this because of Illusion holding the compound overlooking the field. So
yeah.
Roth and Kickstart... Oh, Mystery's there as well. I didn't actually see his player tag overlapping there, but again, this is a spot where you just have to chill. You have to chill for 2 or 3 circles until some people come within line of sight, because every time you head peek one of these ridges, you're going to get popped.
ATC got a lot of kills when they last played this position, but it wasn't dead center. It was when the circle was closer towards the south. It was the game that actually Sonics won against Liberate in second place. That ended at what you call the Ghost Compound just south of where ATC are. But that just shows that a circle moving at least a couple of meters changes things entirely. And Sonics, they're moving quite a bit past SDK. Already lose one, and actually a second knocked as well. And Shrimsy, that's really, really bad for Sonics. Able to find a decent position to hang out for now. But there was zero chance on getting those 2 kills, those 2 knocks, rather. Picked back up, but immediately Tiggleton. He wants to trade. It's towards a different team, but he wants to go for a fight. Oh, second headshot. Finds more damage. And this might force Fable to group back up. What are Greg and Hexetti going to do?
Oh my god, now SDK getting pulled up on Alo is going to find 2 knocks after Sharp and Keenan open up onto them, but no follow-up from the rest of Veritas. I don't know if Jazza is still split elsewhere, but I don't know where Penta is. So SDK probably going to be able to recover from that. Sharp Shot will get a bleed out on Civil, though, so that's unfortunate for SDK, boys.
I mean, they're holding strong, though. We recognized how sort of difficult that position might be able to play, and the fact that they're still alive right now, despite taking a couple of knocks against them, should at least mean something. Circle does come back in their direction. They don't have to move too far for now. And the fact that the circle comes down south means that I think there's going to be a lot more fighting happening in the north, not just between ATC, Zenith, and Card to try to make a push of their own into Sonic's Volcano. But Maluk spots out 303. A little bit of damage. Late rotation, late wide rotation for 303, but Carnage pushing into the Sonics. What can they do to open up? It's going to be a tall task for them right now. It's been one more knock and confirm. It's all to H-Win, but he's able to win the 1 versus 1. But at what cost? He's the last one remaining. It's time to put on your big boy shoes once again and clutch out a victory, but it's going to be a hard one because here comes Zenith.
Yeah, actually the 3-man pulling up on top of it. A little bit of damage coming on the way in, so H-Win might be able to follow up on some of this. And actually, Nork is going to drop kickstart now. H-Win still trying to med up on the outside. ATC are bailing H-Win out right now. Just Mystery standing for Zenith. It's a fantastic third-party angle from ATC, and Mystery just going to get... Oh, no, Mystery has got into the wardrobe. He's in the rattiest spot in the game.
I mean, let's not discount H-Win's rat spot as well. I think they're just trying to out-rat each other, and that's really all that they can do at this position. If they peek out any window, it could be Fable, it could be Illusion, it could be ATC ready to take that final kill. Another smoke's going to come out from H-Win. You might be expecting a push. That's not going to happen because Mystery is not moving. Oh, well, he's actually pushing forward a little bit. Baited out by the smoke. Molotov's going to come in. It's not going to spread towards H-Win, though. But it is going to let him know that there is still one person in his building, as if that were a question. Another underhanded smoke, and actually Mystery, he's bailing out. He wants to just go into a completely different building. Bad roommate, bad tenant. Another fight over here, though. 303 pushing in onto hard shifts, and D-Rich gets a knock. Tries to confirm it. I think he's able to... just gets down to half HP before traded out. And now walks in. What can he do? And Honey Badger on the side as well to secure this position for 303. The blue just being a big nuisance. And now Honey Badger. He was prone, trying to do something. Box it going for the revive. Now pulling back over to Oath. Compound on the edge of their own. Dealing some damage to a push of dodge. But not a lot of knocks that they can find for them. They're in a stable compound for now, but in 40 seconds, there's a huge chance that they're going to have to move. And so Oath already trying to find opportunities, trying to find positions they can execute on.
Yeah, and I mean, 303 recovering as well as they did out of that. Obviously, Honey Badger was on the other side of the water, but now actually Hardshift's going to get some good damage onto Voxic in the UAZ, and they're just going to pull up on the backside of the ridge here. They're not actually in just yet, so Hardshift can continue to pressure them, try and gatekeep them out of this circle, because obviously we know Illusion is still in the compound. D-Rich actually going for a flank within the blue. And that could be huge for 303 if he can get an opener onto Hardshifts.
Yeah, that ridge, it dies out just before the blue closes, and now Voxic just brazenly running across the road. But it's not spotted, I guess, because it is that risky. No one expected 303 to make this maneuver. There it is. You can see the minimap, some shots coming out from Illusion, but hard shifts have pulled away enough because of the next circle shift was a hard shift of its own down towards the southeast, but there it is. The spot does come out. Yeah, and Voxic somehow still up here. We did see in the kill feed, ATC
Norkit's actually getting a double knock and then a double flush, and ATC getting fed more kills over at the crater on the edge of Yasnaya Field here. You will see Chuba now respond back onto Voxic. So it should just be D-Rich standing now in a 1v2 situation against Hard Shifts. And yeah, his legs just got spotted there. J-Sank will get the final blow, and 303 will fall in 14th place.
Otho pushing forward, trying to go just a little bit more west, and they know that Dodger in this location. And Nade's already coming through, and it's perfect from Snakers, getting 2 in 1. Now this gives them a little bit of freedom to push closer into the circle.
Now, actually, Veritas looking like they're going to crash onto Mystery now. They're going to join the party down at the yellows here. 2 members of Veritas. They'll try and pressure in. Jazza didn't spot Mystery on the inside there. He went for the pre-fire. Penta will luckily find him on the way in with the AK. But they are going to have no idea that H-Win's here. Now, things will slow down a little bit here. Some utility going in to the other building. But H-Win just going to play audio on this one. He's going to wait to be pushed. He's actually going to find the first knock there. Penta on the way in. Underhand flash out from H-Win. Fantastic. He didn't know that the second was this close. He goes for a second underhand. Is he going to peek onto this? He is going to peek onto it. H-Win wins the 1v2. Goes absolutely huge for Sonics. Wow. I said he was potentially going to play audio there, and he played it fantastically with 2 underhand flashbangs out the door. ATC, meanwhile, putting some pressure onto Illusion as they try and pull up. Now, Fabled unable to really reset, and actually Illusion will fall here. They will go out in 10th place. But Fabled now able to regroup over to the top side of Volcano. SDK still chilling down on the south side. But Fabled still got 4 up. Only 2 kills on the board right now. But we'll have to wait and see what they can do with this one. ATC now in a really, really sticky situation. I don't really think they've got many options other than crashing H-Win. And they're the only team really with the information on him still being there, because they know where he pulled up previously when they bailed him out. Rip trying to look for some pressure over towards ATC, but I think he just wants to stop them pulling up on the north side of Volcano here. As you can see, Norkis making his way towards the hill. Rip actually going to peel all the way back down to the north side. This is a fantastic play from Rip, actually. If Fable can swivel back on and hold ATC, they might be able to kill them all in the open here. There's Oath on the other side of the circle looking to make moves. They might be the ones to crash on, actually. Rip going to open up here, going to find a headshot onto Norkis. He goes for the flush, but there's a second peek coming in from Aguila. The rest of ATC need to swivel onto this. They do. Hella will find Aguila now. They can reset and maybe get the res onto Rip if they're quick about it, but the blue is moving. Now Haxetti looking for some SLR hits. Marsalek will pressure him away from the ridge. But Fable doing fantastically well to deal with this push from ATC. Just 2 standing now for any trolls in chat, and Hella will actually fall there a little bit. A little bit of a sloppy solo peek there. Marsalek will actually find a second now. So 2 of Fable will fall. It's just the 1 remaining. Oh, Greg Shot is elsewhere, not helping at all with this fight. Not entirely sure why there was a split focus here, because Fable looks so well poised to hold on to this. Greg Shot will finally clean up ATC, but all of his teammates will fall. So Fable put 6 on the board. And ATC, I think, went out with 10. H-Win, all the meanwhile, he's been listening to this. He knows exactly what's gone on here. He's going to know all the information for the kill feed. H-Win now pushing up to the top side of Volcano to try and clear up Greg Shot. He's going to hop in a vehicle and reposition slightly. Not going to pressure it just yet. Greg Shot going to find himself a tree to hide behind, but SDK probably heard exactly where he pulled up. You can see a couple of the player icons on the minimap facing this direction. But they're not going to look to pressure it just yet. And H-Win will get himself a little spot to play up on the hillside as well. Still 7 teams remain in this circle. You can see Comet still chilling at Hacker. We've got J-Sank over on the west side, and that circle is fantastic for H-Win, actually. Going to give him a really good opportunity. I mean, to make top 4, potentially, considering Oath, SDK, and Liberator all in the circle, they should be able to clear up the majority of the rest of the game. STK still laying low. They're biding their time this game, that's for sure. That's Yaxley going to find J-Sank over on the west side, so that will be hard shifts falling in 7th. And Comets, again, bit of a compound curse. They've been chilling in Hacker Compound for a while now. And no action really being delivered to their doorstep, but now you can see Yaxley absolutely bolting it across in the UAZ. He's going to find the backside of the ridge. And maybe look for a push onto SDK here. I'm not sure if they know exactly the position. They should have a rough idea of where SDK are positioned. But Greg Shot and H-Win up on Volcano in the meantime. Yaxley actually going to prime a nade out. I think he knows exactly where Greg Shot pulled up. Just falling short. Yeah, just falling short though, Cam.
Yeah, but it's still good pressure trying to take the last member out. This would give a lot of room to play around with, but instead it's going to back off. Too much return pressure coming out from Greg Shot, and all that damage in the blue combined is not something that Comets really want to play around with. SDK holding down strong in the dip, lost a couple of members, but look at all this carnage surrounding them. Only 4 kills, but they were able to make it to the top 6. I don't know if, I'm not a betting man, but I don't know if that's one that I would have guessed looking at their earlier position, but they're able to make it work for now. But the Comets still just crawling around instead. They're going back north, back into Greg Shot, but Greg finds one. Can't get more than that, though, unfortunately. Comets might have an opportunity to get the revive if the blue doesn't have anything to say about it.
Halo's looking frisky over towards the south side here, looking like he maybe wants to come up and pressure this.
Treats. He's holding down the south side to stop anyone from pushing the flank. I believe that's smoke that he just threw out as well. Give a little more safety, a little more pressure, but H-Win still just trying to snake it out, but Pat Caps might have spotted him. A good flash to come out, but a return molly from Pat Caps. Not much that H-Win can do at that moment. He is going to get taken out in 5th place. A good crawl from him, but now we are looking at the top 4. No one playing center. It's a hard shift towards this northwest. This is really good for the Comets. Surely they're aware of SDK in this position. SDK are probably going to have to push up into them if they want a good hold on the rest of this game, or at least, I guess, the final minutes that remain of it. Liberate also still alive, also with 4. Only 1 kill for them, but as we saw last week, they are perfectly okay with that. They have 0 FOMO from kills. They only care about the points. What more points can they get?
I mean, if they can position themselves to get up onto the hill here, they have a fighting chance, but coming out of Alamo this late on, especially when Guabi can't make it past that pole and a buggy.
Ooh.
Yep, there's a wall there too. Couldn't find the gap. But they're going to make a mad dash out now, and this is not ideal here. Well, actually, he's going to get some good damage onto Snakers, but Snakers will just repeat with the SLR, lands the headshot.
Okay. Simply and Adit have to make their way outside of Alamo as well. Isaac doing a little bit of damage, but again, can't get a knock. It's going to be SDK also chiming in with some frags of their own. Adit gets taken out. Simply Matt also knocked as well. Dare I say it's curtains for Liberate at this moment because there's not a lot for them to really play around with. And there it is, taken out in 4th place. 3 remain right now, but SDK also have to climb forward. Purdy Curdy does get dropped. It's going to be confirmed for him. It's just Luke and Ayla remaining.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to bide a little bit more time. Maybe wait for Oath to try and make a move potentially, but I think Comets probably have the most space to play with here between SDK and Comets. Obviously, Oath in the meantime, they're just trying to flex out a little bit and spread and get as much circle control as possible.
As possible, I think being the key word. I don't know if there's any position here in this final circle, Phase 9, that's really going to give one team the absolute unanswerable position. I guess the main advantage of the fact that they're not staring down SDK like Comets are is what gives Oath the advantage in this circle, but they're still going to have to land their shots. It is not their game still just yet. Neither is it Comets or even SDK. Who's going to peek whom first, though? Luke still holding the line against Comets. Monty goes down, but Victor immediately trades out. Alo proning down. They actually are able to smash the Comets, but Alo left in a 1 versus 4 because naturally Oath are going to push over once they see the kill feed light up, and Oath are able to take that game for themselves. It's a 7-kill victory. It's a little on the lower end of things, but it's a victory nonetheless, and coming off of 2 donut games for Oath, this is going to be a good, I don't want to say warm-up, but a good game to get them back into things as we enter our final map of the day.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, though, fantastic game from STK, to be honest with you, who was, you got to argue, a terrible position after that shift away from school to be, you know, kind of, literally they had 2 vehicles and a rock to play behind on the side of Volcano Hill there. So for them to still put kills up and pull out a 2nd place there, absolutely fantastic work from them. But yeah, Oath with that slow, methodical push through like circle 5 and 6 away from Ghost Compound, really, really good stuff. They cleared their side of the circle, and I mean, it was their game for the taking, really.
Yeah, and I am curious what this is going to do towards the leaderboards, because I think we're seeing a lot of teams who are in like the bottom and the middle perform consistently well, but also Sonics and Oath, especially Sonics. This was Sonics' worst game today, I think, and it was what, still a 5th place? Like, this is, you can't count it out just yet. We're not even halfway through, just 1 game shy of that, but that lead is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, it is. And again, a great salvage game from H-Win.
Absolutely is, but let's see if the desk can't salvage what we got going on over here. I don't know what I meant by that. Anyway, take it from us, please.
What? Oh, Cameron, I think we know exactly what you meant by that. And we are going to try to salvage whatever it is that you just threw out there to us. But first, we are going to get down to brass tacks. We're going to get you some coupies. Chad, I know you're excited about this. Coupons. Just make sure you have your PUBG up, and you can redeem this code in the add a bonus gift code section of your Pick'em Challenge event tab. Your code is going to be V9DKHTF3R0NS. That is definitely a 0. It looks way skinnier. V9DKHTF3R0NS. Try to go and get yourself a coupie. But oh man, not Hypod. Hypod let us know, and I think that we can all agree. Sonics, are they starting to run away with this thing, y'all?
Clover, what do you think?
I think I don't want to say run away, but I think confidently continue to hold the torch might be a little bit better of a description. I think it's still close. There's opportunities for teams to play catch up. I mean, obviously Oath is still continuing to close the gap onto this, but that said, you kind of heard it here. Sonic's worst day still isn't that terrible.
I mean, they're holding the torch, man, but that's it's slipping away rapidly for these teams. Godspeed. I mean, I think last we checked, they were like double up on 5th.
Yeah, I mean, if the place is your worst placement for the day and you're still just crushing it, then I think you're doing just fine. And to be honest, I'm rooting for Sonics for more biased reasons, and that's just because it makes my prediction look that much better. To be honest, that was crazy.
Hey, look, everybody's got a reason.
Yeah, the fact that Los just had the audacity to sit and stay his ground when that thing flew over his head. I mean, that's a hardened man of steel right there. That's all I can say. And then this fight with 303 and Hardships as well, like just kind of cannibalizing each other. It's been a rough day for both of those teams, man. It's been a rough tournament, honestly, for both of those teams overall.
A rough day for Dodge there as well.
Yeah. Perfect
segue. This guy had himself a pretty decent day, game here, Clover.
Win,
I mean, really has had a perfect day, right? We've seen him pull off so much in quite a bit of matches here. Love this.
Little Blair Witch action right there.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. But it's been exciting to see. Of course, Fabled unfortunately falling there. Greg Shot did get the last lap onto ATC, but we saw H-Win rotate in the backside of that. But shoot to kill. You know, we still haven't seen them in the very top. We haven't seen the chicken dinners come out just quite yet, but we're seeing double-digit kills come back out from them, and that's allowing them to climb back up onto the leaderboard. getting themselves into the top 5, and perhaps even by the end of the day, possibility for that top 3, top 2 finish.
No, I think no matter by what metrics you're looking at, Shoot to Kill obviously looking way better through the first 3 games rather this week than they were through last week. Godspeed. Shoot to Kill, is this their time now? Is this where we see them start ramping up? And should Sonics be worried, or are Sonics just laughing right now? They're just look at you way down there, thinking that you're going to do well.
No, I think Sonics is very much taking SDK seriously as a threat, because they are. They're always a real threat. I mean, if you look at today alone, just kills, I think they're close to 25 kills just today on the lone, 16 in the first game. So SDK is definitely ramping up, and they're definitely getting the points that they need to start to contend and catch up to Sonics. But at the same time, I mean, Sonics is still just pulling away with this. It's not over yet, and they definitely haven't won, but if they continue to dominate like this, I wouldn't be surprised if they just ended up taking the entire bit.
Only not even halfway through yet. We still got one more match, but there's your match leaderboard there. Good news, if we're going to find a silver lining for some of these teams, is that those points were spread out between multiple teams this time, rather than just going into a couple of pockets. But Clover, there's still a lot of 0s and 1s on that right side of the leaderboard.
You know what? Zenith is really playing with my heartstrings today. A bit of a roller coaster day for them. Sink or swim. Duel, again, another goose egg on the board. Godspeed said earlier, these are teams with really fantastic players. On paper, these rosters should be performing well, but for whatever reason, they just keep falling short.
And the thing that's kind of throwing me, Godspeed, these circles aren't terrible.
No,
it's not like we're seeing anything crazy or weird, or that they're throwing them any curveballs. What's the deal?
There aren't crazy circles, to be honest. Like, these are pretty straight. I say straightforward as much as it can be in PUBG, but these are pretty straightforward circles in games. I mean, these teams have pretty standard rotations. There's nothing really out of the ordinary. Real quick, though, I do want to shout out Marslick and Nork. Yeah. Nork is still ATC fragging out, man. You also have Victor making an appearance here. Another fabled member. It's actually not Greg Shot this time, or Hexetti. It's Rip. And Alo, just doing his thing, fragging out. But yeah, I don't know. We haven't had like a crazy melee base, or like some circle that's hanging off of like the east end of the map on like lip, where it's mostly water. Like it's these teams need to wake up, man, because time is running out. Truly, like, these guys really need to wake up. Grand Finals is already halfway done.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, the excuses as far as poor performances on Erangel go, at least, it seems to be running kind of limited here, as we see Marcelic once again at the top of that damage board. Another 7 kills, though, Clover. He was sitting at the top of that overall kill leaderboard. I know we had somebody right behind him there. I think it was Tiggleton. Making his
I
lead.
think that it's really, a sign that ATC is not a flash in the pan anymore. That was kind of a theme that we had during the PCS1 era, was that they'd have these really great games, and then they would kind of fall back down to the mid-range again, and we didn't really see them perform out of the mid-range for those teams. That said, through PCS1, and especially here in the Grand Finals, every match they're putting down good points on the board. Still no chicken dinners quite yet, but they've still managed to get 63 kills, a C total for 91. They're not that far away from Oath or Sonics. I think if we could see them get a chicken dinner today, or even bring it on Miramar tomorrow, there is a world where ATC could possibly take this.
Unless we not talk about the champion of the, at least this half hour, Oath. Once again, another victory, Godspeed, and they are pretty much the only team within striking distance, or within vision of Sonics right now. Oath, given the way that they're playing right now, all right, we talked about it going into today, that Sonics and Oath have both had big weeks, and then they've just kind of fallen off of the face of the earth in the past. Do we anticipate that happening again with Oath and Sonics, or is this like this their time to shine, really? Have they figured things out?
I don't really know with Oath, to be honest, because they
still put up a goose egg.
That's the thing. Like, it's a weird kind of formula with them. They'll put up 0-point games, and then out of nowhere they'll just come in with huge wins. You know what I mean? It's just inconsistent. But they're still obviously in second place, right? So they're just getting massive massive points when they do get them, and then other times they drop goose eggs. I don't know. Oath is really weird because they're still one of the best teams in North America, hands down. But the way they do it is just not. It's just not as consistent as you would say, like, you know, a Sonics or an SDK. So I don't know. I don't really know what's happening with Oath. I think the trajectory they're on right now is fine. They're obviously playing well. I don't think they're playing bad. They just need to keep it together and keep stringing at least, you know, some decent average point games, and they'll, you know, they could definitely take it from Sonics.
Clover, is there an argument to be made that these eastern circles on Erangel have been working into Oath's favor?
I would think. I mean, all right. I'm gonna kind of dial this back towards some of the other teams, like Radiance, Houston, and some of the guys that were a little bit disappointed, maybe even Illusion, right? When we're talking about Erangel, and those circle rotations are pushing them into the zone at the same points where a lot of other teams are rotating, and that's why a lot of these teams have been struggling into the mid game. You know, we've seen time and time again they're going out because they're finding themselves pinched. And I think a lot of people are thinking maybe almost a little too similar, taking the same paths, crashing the same compounds. And we're seeing a lot of those mid game fights, and that's kind of been, I think, the falter, right, of teams like Radiance and of Illusion. And so the teams that have been really creative, or I think the teams that have been taking better control of the situations, the ones that come out on top. Right now, Sonics consistently coming into the north on their rotations, and that's been really helpful for them, that these circles today on Erangel that have stayed quite central. But when you kind of look at ATC, right, and Shoot to Kill, I mean, they're coming in from the same point, and we haven't seen ATC and Shoot to Kill play on par for that rotation. So I really think it just depends on how each team is kind of taking their approach.
Godspeed, maybe Shoot to Kill should have stuck with that plan that they had early on of camping ATC out in the blue as before they made their rotation. They would have paid off a little bit better. But no, I mean, look, hey, things seem to be turning around for Shoot to Kill.
Yeah,
ATC obviously having a fantastic game, a fantastic set of games. Who do you think, if I had to ask you, all right, the top three right now, Shoot to Kill, or I'm sorry, Sonics, Oath, ATC. Who is your most likely to slip up first?
Ooh, I thought you were going to say who's good. That's a good question. Probably ATC, I guess. I just don't really see Oath slipping up that heavily, especially because they've been playing pretty well so far this grand finals, and I don't really think they're going to have like some travesty. And Sonics, I think, is also just playing. I think it's ATC, but the thing is ATC has been super consistent too. So that's a loaded question, man. I don't know. I honestly don't know. They've been playing really well, and they're a weird team to play against from what I've been watching, which is a good thing, and it works for them. And they frag, man. They frag hard. So.
Clover, is there anybody in that center area of the leaderboard that you think maybe you saw some sparks, maybe a little bit of shine, maybe things might start turning their way around
I want to give credit to Veritas. Veritas has managed to climb into the left-hand side of the leaderboard. This is a team, obviously, that plays second at PCS1. I want to believe that they're starting to figure out what they've been doing wrong, and they're growing from it. Obviously, still a couple of heartbreaking moments for them today nonetheless, but I think really it's Veritas, Zenith that have just consistently been chasing each other so far in the grand finals. I'd like to see one of the two of them maybe make it a top 5, maybe top 3.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Well, we've got one game remaining. Godspeed, I'll throw this one to you. Who needs to have a just knockout game here the most? We're right at, as you said, we're right at the halfway point, right?
Oh man,
there's any number of teams you could pick.
Yeah,
here
I'll
too.
give you 4: 303, Comets, Radiance, Dodge, Carnage. Any one of those teams needs to have a really big game because they've been struggling. Those teams are not really Radiance. I guess Radiance really specifically. You and I, even though it wasn't my prediction, you and I talked about it. Like, we expect big things from Radiance, especially with how well they played in groups. And yeah, it's just been kind of like it's been a slippery slope for them so far. So they need to have a big game here. They really do.
I'm kind of sticking. I'm sticking with Radiance as well because I believe that that Miramar is their they're a strong team in the first place, right? Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, but they're also, I feel like they're a strong Miramar team, and we're about to be heading into another full 4 games of Miramar action. And I think if they can set themselves up for that nicely with a good game here at the end, they'd be looking good. Clover, I know we're about to go into game. Real quick, give it to us.
I mean, yeah, I agree there, but that's it.
She said 10 seconds, and then it turned into 3. I don't know. Guys, we're going to go. We're going to throw it to your casters. Hybach and Cameron, take us to the final game.
Cold-blooded. That was so bad.
Well, we've just witnessed a murder. Yeah, let's breeze on past that. Let's talk more about Radiance. I know. Godspeed listed a couple of teams there, but I'm absolutely with Godspeed. Now is the time where, obviously, and again, thinking back on Radiance's Miramar performance, I know we talked about it at the start of the previous game, but now's the time where we always talk about winning a series. You want to be like the absolute cutoff where you need to start doing it. Now is the time for me. This is the last Erangel game of the week. We go into Miramar tomorrow. And then obviously there's only 8 games left after tomorrow, so it's getting worrying.
It is. Radiance did have a respectable climb up day 2 after the disastrous day number 1 from the previous week, but I have to agree with both of you. It's not on the trajectory that they need to in order to make it sort of work on a comfortable basis. They're going to have to go huge on this last game and then go huge on all the Miramar ones this week if they want to be in a really good position. I'm actually shocked that the leaderboard at the top end hasn't changed more than it actually has. Because it is still Sonic's Open ATC in that order for the top 3. The only real big change is SDK has been able to climb up to 4th place. But ATC in 3rd is, I'll be honest, not what I was expecting.
No, I'm kind of right there with you, but they've just had some really kind of out of nowhere games. I mean, even that previous one, I criticized their position when I saw them pull up. I even said them and Zenith are going to be in a similar situation where they're not really going to be able to peek out onto anything until kind of later on in the game if the circuit was still favorable for them. And ultimately, ATC doing massive amounts of damage to Fable, pushing up onto Volcano Hill, that third party onto Zenith as they crashed onto H-Win. I mean, it just kind of out of nowhere. Like, situationally, they shouldn't have been able to pull that off, but they absolutely did.
Yeah. And I mean, with that position, you called out, it should have been Illusion dealing a lot of pressure to them, but I don't think they actually did a lot from that position. And I think especially once ATC were in that spot for a long enough time, I don't know if Illusion forgot about it or got distracted by something else. But then by the time Duel pushed up onto them or Zenith pushed up onto them, we saw ATC actually be able to confidently peek over and really get those shots and pick up, what did they get? 11 kills. 8th place, but still 11 kills. ATC have one game that they have 0 kills in. And I think not a single game that they have 0 points.
Yeah, I mean, we just think back to other teams that have kind of done, I mean, historically, Rumblers, Carnage, obviously, throughout previous stages as well. Even looking back at PCS1 as well, they've had that very... I hate calling it the salvage kind of play style, but it's like, if you're going to go out, get kills before you do. But it absolutely works for some teams. And I think ATC are ones that, they're able to kind of semi-convert some of those heavy kill games more so than other teams have. Making top 8 and obviously falling at the final hurdle, but still going out with double-digit kills is huge to have your bad games. We talk about the games that in PUBG, the games that you're set up to win and you should win. If those are the ones that you have no chance of winning and you still go out with 11 kills, like, happy days.
Absolutely. We are waiting a couple of more minutes while we get the game loaded. We have to reset and make sure that everything is fair play, everything is fair game. So you're sat with us looking at these beautiful snatched faces for just a couple of more minutes. Oh yes, serve it to them, darling.
We're approaching stupid hours here in the UK, so I'm not looking as fresh.
Oh, okay. You're still fine. You're serving real masculine realness over there with that beard. But yeah, so this gives an opportunity to, I guess, take a closer look at a couple of other teams as well that we've, I guess, a couple of question marks. Fable, I think, being one of them. They're not slipping as much as I think a couple of naysayers would have expected. They've slid down to 6th place, but it's a very tight like they're so close to fifth. They're not even that far behind. It's really just the gap between the top 4 and everyone else that we're starting to really see develop there. But I think a lot of people would have expected Fable to start to slip like a lot more after their very opening day.
Yeah, me being one of them, to be honest with you. And again, I know we're drilling home the meme again, but yeah, they've done the same thing like 3 times now, where day one they've come out swinging. I mean, even day one, game one, winning the game with like a decent kill buffer as well. And again, I did have big expectations for this roster shuffle, and I know me and Steve kind of harped on Rip a little bit last week as well, but he stepped up a couple of times. So to say that, you know, all 4 of those guys are kind of, I guess, building their synergy, it's not necessarily terrible news, but we still haven't really seen them, you know, consistently rotate well. We see them come out on top in a couple of scenarios, but not straight up team fights. They're usually third party in teams.
Yeah.
Don't really see them contesting center circle, things like that. Every once in a while as a team, you have to say, look, if we want to win this game, we need to go and do this, and we need to take this team fight, and we need to do X, Y, and Z. And we never really see them in that scenario. Even there in the previous game, it was a really, really split focus, and Greg Shot eventually came and cleaned up that push onto the side of the hill. But it was Rip out on an island initially to get that opening knock, and then no follow-up from his teammate for like 10 or 15 seconds, and then Hella dribbled in, and then, you know, Haxetti came in, and then Greg Shot was like, I guess that's okay now because there's 3 of them down there, and then it was just Greg Shot up afterwards.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I think the most growth that we've seen on Fable specifically has just been on their individual performances. I do agree. I think that they're not exactly 100% locked in terms of as being a full team, but I don't want to give them too much leeway with this one, but it is a little bit too expected when there's the duo of Hella and Gregshot that have been playing together for at least a fair bit, and then you got 2 brand new players coming in from a completely different region to join up, and then there's going to be a little bit of work on trying to get them, the 2 metas, to, I guess, get a little bit aligned and get everyone onto the same page. We're about to load into the next game in only a couple more seconds, so you don't have to stare at these mugs for too much longer, but yeah. Either way, we'll see what happens towards the end of PCS2, and I think PCS3 is going to be the real, I guess, benchmark for the success of the roster.
We can look at it as a similar scenario to like MPL, right? MPL Phase 1 was a little bit of an anomaly. You know, there were some teams that kind of scraped through the preseason and got into Phase 1, and then Phase 2 kind of leveled out a little bit, and then Phase 3 was kind of where things really kicked up, right? I guess in terms of North America was like the highest level of competition.
Yeah.
So I imagine we're going to see a similar thing develop, and PCS3 is going to kind of be, you know, we thin out the weeds, so to say, and that will be the hardest. And as well, in terms of you know, the actual gameplay, you know, things are going to be ironed out. People aren't going to be messing about with contesting early on. Not going to see too many like random anomalies throughout the season where, you know, teams start clashing just because, you know, some teams aren't scrimming, and it comes as a surprise when we get to these comp games on the weekend. But these guys take this compound in Circle 1 on West Circles and things like that. So I do think PCS3 is going to be kind of the real benchmark, but I mean, it's still hard now outside of 3 or 4 teams to really pick, you know, the go-to teams, considering how much variety there's been.
Yeah, and even those 3 or 4 teams sort of give you a little bit of doubt from time to time. It was supposed to be the triple crown of Oath, Sonics, and STK PCS1, and well, 2 of those 3 didn't show up in the manner that everyone properly expected them to. And then coming to PCS2, Sonics and Oath, who were a little quieter compared to last season, come up in full force, and it's SCK's turn to sort of slip. SCK, of course, still climbing up, and we're halfway through the grand finals here, so it's not, of course, the most apt of comparisons. But we have yet to have that tempo storm of 2020. That team that is, without a doubt, going to be at the top of the regional leaderboards. This is not even looking at international competition because, thank you, 2020. But at least in the regional leaderboards, we have yet to have that one team that is like the team.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll come right out and say it. I think the closest we've got to Tempo Storm in NA right now is Shoot to Kill. I kind of think that's a given right now, right? I know definitely Sonics want to be, but I think SDK are the ones to kind of take that title. But also, just to follow on that, I don't think we'll ever have a team achieve what Tempo Storm achieved in NA.
Yeah, that was
in NA.
An absolute miracle run.
In NA. I'm going to... In NA.
Yes. Oh, yeah. When everyone talks about Tempo Storm, it's always with the asterisk of, regional competition, because their international showing... What was their best, actually?
Their best was WSOE when they won with that was back with the BenQ 5 roster, but
that was the 2020. I guess there was a roster change during.
It was the BenQ 5 roster, but Sharpshot subbed in for WSOE,
and Sharpshot won WSOE as a solo. not exactly. That's it's a joke. It's a joke. But during the international competitions during the NPL era during 2019, do you remember what their highest was? Because it was never really higher than like 10th.
Right? I can't remember it. No, I want to say maybe Grand Slam was their best place in 2019. But don't quite. I'm sure somebody in Twitch chat is about to instantly correct us having this conversation, by the way. These analysts don't know what they're talking about.
I don't have this stuff memorized. So
Look, it wasn't
below 5th place, so I don't know.
It wasn't memorable, okay? There you go.
That's all you need to know. Anyway, enough talking about the past, enough being nostalgic and musing about previous times, because I think North American PUBG is arguably in an even better position this year. Of course, that can never be tested on an international level, but that means that I can say that without being proven wrong. So
yeah, with no reprise whatsoever.
0 reprise. Okay, into the game. Enough about this, though. We're getting some rotations around. It's been a pretty quiet game in the early game so far. We did only lose 1 player. We're seeing a lot of rotations and towards center of the map.
Wow, how very vague.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of contesting here, though, it seems.
Yeah, there's not an awful lot else going on. Other than, we missed it, but Penta actually getting a kill with a pistol in the early game. I know it was bad casters. We missed it, but that's the only death we've seen so far. And that was obviously dodged down by the Prior compound just away from Snake. Zenith coming up to try and take themselves... kind of a weird spot for Circle 1.
Yeah.
Maybe just do a little bit of scouting, but Kickstart didn't fancy stopping there. Roth maybe just doing a little bit of oversight over Rodsock. Meanwhile, we've got Jewel pulling up on the backside of Volcano. There is a crate drop in here, and Keenan is inside the flat top. So he's got to be careful.
Yeah, I too was also just a little distracted by that interesting Zenith rotation directly through Carnage. Look, they're taking this compound. They didn't see anything. They didn't hear anything. And it's just a solo on Keenan. Is he bailing? Might be a little too late for that.
I think they know he's here. They're pushing this as if to clear it. Lamp pulls the flash out, but they just go for the full W key. Danny G going to find it with the M249 from outside. And Keenan will fall. We did see Penta fall elsewhere in the kill feed. I'm not sure if he got flushed out. Looking at the player count, I think he did. So that will be Duel down to 2.
Veritas down to 2.
Sorry, yes, Veritas. I was looking at Duel, and then I was like, wait, his player icon's still there, but
yeah. No, Veritas down to 2, and yeah, that's not the best for them, because they've started to sort of swing things together, and they're able to get up towards 7th place. Okay, Victor, run away from that vehicle. Don't want to get run over there. And I think where do they start? Veritas started the day in 12th, so they've actually had a really good day. They got that win, of course, on game number 2 with a good kill count. But unfortunately, the final game is not going to be nearly as strong, and I think their hope right now is just to hold on to the top 8 and then try and push even further as we head into the second half of the Grand Finals. Dodge here taking compound for themselves. At the bottom still. They've been at the bottom since the very, very beginning, and I don't know what this team really needs to sort of get it rolling in a proper way, but might be too little too late at this point.
It's crazy to be sat here and saying they've literally dropped off a cliff since Monty stepped off this roster, but they have.
Yeah. In my notes, actually, strangely enough, I like this. I think it's clever of me, so I'm going to announce it to the world. I wrote Tai Chi PUBG for Dodge because watching how they play, they basically just try and go with the flow, like move like water. And that's not Tai Chi, it's a Bruce Lee reference to like a Bruce Lee quote, I think. But nonetheless, like they just don't want to really take any sort of fights. Yeah, which I don't think is necessarily a bad option in the early game, but it just sort of sticks with them, and they never really seem to. You always got to be able to turn it on, and I like start putting pressure on other teams, putting pressure onto the circle instead of just, I guess, this is gonna sound harsh, but sort of falling over and dying.
Yeah, I could have said it better myself. Very eloquently put. Is that exactly how you had it written down?
No. It's just the Tai Chi PUBG that I wrote down. My notes are very complicated. They wouldn't be understood by the mortal man. They are that complicated.
Fair.
That's just because my handwriting is awful.
Radiant's wrapping all the way up outside Yasnaya is an interesting move, but I guess they're moving cautiously. They're not. I say this, they're in 10th place. I honestly thought they were a bit lower down than that, but looking at it, really, that middle kind of 7th and below, everything's still up for grabs, considering we got 3 match days left. But I mean, what, STK started the day with 60 odd points, right?
47 points.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I thought it was a little bit higher than that. But so they've made up.
Place.
Yeah, they've made up huge. Oh, I thought that tagged. As soon as it zoomed out there and the player icon disappeared, I thought he actually tagged.
Yeah.
It would have been a banger from Rip.
Unfortunately, he's not able to find much there, but where's the next circle going to go? Unsurprisingly, 3-3 still in the blue, but everyone else is inside, and phase 2 is going to shift basically center, just a touch towards the west side. Looking at Comet's dead center, Zenith dead center, ATC dead center. And ATC being dead center is a scary one because, again, they love to farm up those points from a central position. They have all 4 up this time around. So maybe they can do something out of it, but Fable, they have to push a little more towards the north. Perhaps.
And here's the 2 members of Veritas still up, and it is the rest of Duel. Actually, we did take down Keenan earlier. Sharpshot actually going to land a headshot on the way in onto Wooly. Wooly just now discovering that the buggy doesn't fit in the front door school, but the Dacia does.
So close though. Just squeeze it in. Just deflate the tires a little bit. It should work, surely.
The buggy's wider than the Dacia. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but it looks so close. Over here on Georgeville Mountain, though, it's going to be Lobes, actually seemingly by himself. He has some teammates on the low ground, but it's going to be holding the high ground position, high ground flank onto Illusion. But Illusion don't seem to really want any of this. They're still trying to find a direction, getting to the circle themselves, and the mountain is not going to be that pathway. Not taking the shots. Could at least get a little bit of damage. There it goes. A couple shots come out. A couple of tags also come out. Down to half HP, but no more to follow up. That could be a weakened target for another player to sort of take advantage of. But Lobes instead, he's going to push right back down and perhaps group up with the rest of Hardships because no one else should be coming in from that direction.
Yeah, and Oath actually backfilling towards Hacker here. And obviously, we know they've come from way out over by Mill to Power. And Dodge have just kind of made ways up the hill. 303 finally making it out of the blue. And they got a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, just look at their health. They still haven't healed back up to full. And Landoon's meds, I mean, at least a couple of bandages. Or, well, no, bandages. Painkillers and such. You're going to have to bring them back up to 100 HP. And the real question is, how much time do they really have to scout ahead of themselves? Be able to find a hill, perhaps look a little bit more towards the north. Sorry about that. My breath literally just got caught in my throat.
Smooth.
I tried to roll with it, but I couldn't. And, well, alas, we'll see where we stand right now. Not a lot of action outside of those first couple of kills. I think because it was a central phase 2, no one really had to move too far. At least they weren't forced to.
No. A couple of teams just coexisting, I guess. Obviously, it's the prime example here. Comets and Zenith kind of opposite each other between Mini Pachinki and Package. Veritas over in the apartments, obviously Duel next to them. We can see Liberate on the mini-map, but this next circle going to tell us a bit more about where we're going to end up. We should expect a couple... Ooh, Jazz actually lining up the shot onto the driver's seat there, but unable to connect. That would have been a cheeky knock.
Yeah. I mean, and totally not his fault at all because he didn't park the vehicle there, but what a fortunate angle if he was able to find it. Where's phase 3 going to go, however? Is the center once more? It's fairly center, but it's a very Pachinki-heavy circle. We could see a city ending. Are we going to see that many teams really go towards Pachinki? I mean, there are a number of areas to play around the city, but at some point, I think a couple of teams are going to have to call the force into the town. Everyone's favorite hot drop area, Pachinki.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Circle 3 is always a difficult one to kind of weigh up whether or not you should bank on it going to Pachinki. You can see actually on the minimap, Fabled coming down to crash onto the flats up there. And obviously Sonic's looking to regroup, so hopefully don't get caught off guard here.
Woo! Bit of a push in there, but Fabled, of course, are eliminated by Sonics. And I think a little bit of help from SDK and the kill feed as well. But yeah, Sonics still 4 up, still 3 kills. They're still holding on to their city. They're not letting anyone come in at all. Holding it down. SDK off on the west side. Interesting position. I don't think I would have guessed SDK to be here in Church of all places, considering they drop south of Georgia Pole. But alas, here they are trying to make a stand, and a 2-2 split of their own could control a lot of area if they can land their shots. Always the expectation there. Oath pulling in from the southeast side, still not yet in the next circle on Potato Hill, trying to scout forward themselves. Balefrost pushes forward with the bike, gets some information for the rest of the team to follow up on. Just hanging out for now. It's going to be a pretty easy push for them, I think. There aren't a lot of teams on that southeast corner of the circle right now. Honey Badger goes down to Unsilver in the kill feed, and Los pushing forward. I don't know if this is a blind send or not, but he's going into the danger zone because there are a number of members of Hardships here, and he wants to take this fight. Immediately opens up onto one on J-Sync. He's pushing forward, taking advantage of the lull in timing, knowing J-Sync has to hide behind cover and get a revive, or rather a med off. That is, if he doesn't retreat. And the rest of Radiance are now rolling up. McCoy up to give assistance. And J-Sync, he's prone down. He's not in a vehicle at all. He's trying to peek back out to hold the angle. But McCoy and Los with a good rotation. But J-Sync's getting fully pushed here. There's not much that he can do by himself. Doesn't even get one knock before immediately taken out. McCoy's going to secure that. But the Blues coming in. And Radiance don't have a lot of time. Able to get that kill before the Blue, of course, overlaps them. But now they have to push forward. Don't really have a lot of time to deal with things. And Hardships could put pressure onto them. But 303 with the high ground overlooking onto Hardships. Well, it's a big domino effect that we have in Battle Royales, that we have in PUBG. 1-to-1 trade. D-Rich is going to secure that onto Chubber, but immediately back onto Maluk, but Honey Badger gets the flick shot. 2 HP, able to get the first aid off. We're back up to 75, and the circle is going to be towards the west. This gives 303 at least a little bit of pressure relieved from them. But they still have to deal with the remainder of Hardships, with the remainder of Radiance. Oath, alternatively, because of the shift away from them, forced to just send it across the field into the city. Belfrost finds his way in. Doesn't take a lot of damage for Oath. At least the first 2 members. Where the rest of the teammates still driving in. Pat, Caps, and Snakers in the final vehicle.
And Carnage just trying to settle. Ooh, that nade might actually be good. Doesn't do enough. Oh, actually, Ripper and Magi brought super low off of that, but trying to get onto the backside of Mini Pachinki here. Zenith, not really. I mean, they're not interested with messing with it other than that initial nade going out, but the mad dash for Pachinki now comes in. Liberator going to make their way into the southeast side. You can see they're going to have a little bit of space to make moves along the road. You can always see Guabi sending it down to the south side of the road. Actually, a couple of shots getting sent in from barn direction, so they should be able to settle here for the time being.
For the time being, I like how they're taking a little bit of area of Pachinki by force, but how much longer can they stay there and how much further can they push is the real question. 303, they've pushed down onto Radiance's building. A knock against D-Rich should be revived because Radiance aren't really pushing, or at least Gaxi isn't, because Gaxi is here by himself. The rest of Radiance, you can see up on the north, trying to give some assistance from range, but it's going to be a full-on push from lane 2. They're not even going for the revive at all. Now Voxic gets taken out. It's just Honey. Los HD from distance, assisting Gaxi, and he's going to secure all of those points, all of those kills. Just Honey trying to hold the line. Gets a little bit of damage onto Gaxi, but he's just going to fall back from this. Probably get into his vehicle. Maybe wait for D-Rich to bleed out.
ATC are back in the spot they were earlier in Game 2. Literally exactly the same spot.
They have
Let's
two
see if
spots they play.
Maybe they can make something work from it this time around.
I mean, they have a little bit of a spread, right? It's not all in one spot.
But this comes back to the same thing we were talking about, right? It's spots like this they managed to make something work from.
Yeah. We'll see what they can do this time around. There aren't as many teams that have been forced to drive into their position that have been relatively simple kills to pick up. I don't think there's going to be exactly the replication of that 11 kill 8th place from the previous game by Honey Badger. It's going to be another replication of 303's woes, as I don't think he's going to get a kill, and if he does, very low chance of getting a secure onto that, because Gaxi's pushing forward. Los a little bit far behind. Could give an opportunity, but the health not in his favor, and the follow-up grenade if the shots weren't going to do it, and 303 are out in 13th place.
And now, I mean, look at the minimap. It's going to be another bloodbath on the edge of Pachinki. I mean, this one should pull into the city, but now that I've said that, it's going to do the complete opposite. Okay, no. So it actually gives everyone space to play. I mean, within this circle from where they're positioned currently, but Sonics, SDK, Dodge, Oath, Liberate, and actually the remnants of Veritas still in here, and we're going to see the kill feed just be a constant scrolling.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be
everyone dying over the next few minutes. Yeah, it will.
On the southeast side, at least, this north I don't think is going to have a lot of action. ATC and Illusion both taking up a lot of ground because there's so much space to play with here that isn't terribly contested because of how weak it is compared to like full hard cover of compounds. But I think both those teams are going to shrink up their positioning a little bit, get into the circle, maybe find a dip if they can. But over here, Zenith, hard eastern edge with Jewel right in front of them, and later with the peek over onto the plateau, doesn't find the shots. Maybe the Mini can find it better. A couple of them, but still no knock.
Yeah, unfortunately, no utility to follow up on that, but he has got a couple of teammates to follow up on it. Cherry going to have to opt for proning inside the smoke. Kickstart looking hungry. He's going to sweep the edge of this ridge now, and will he be able to find Cherry as this smoke dissipates? Obviously, just a one-man army right now. The 2C. He's going to try and get away, but Kickstart is there.
No!
He doesn't actually find it. Cherry makes it away with about 5 HP.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah. It was close, but it was an ambitious play either way, but also ambitious. ATC pushing into Illusion. A knock on to Free Me, but 2 full kills against them. I think it's just Marcelic left, and he's been a big player on the side of ATC, but what can he do as a solo? Driving forward in the buggy, trying to find an angle with the ridge. At least he's in the circle for now, so he can sort of play it safe, play it slow.
Big nade.
But I don't think ATC is going to do that. The grenade comes out, doesn't find the knock.
Oh, I thought that one was just going to go far enough. It would have been perfect timing on Free Me Please trying to stick that first aid kit, but the response, grenade coming back out now. Marcelek, yep,
there it is.
I was going to say, it's just a matter of time until they fish him out. Adam will find it, and any trolls in chat will fall in 10th.
Still, though, a good game for them. But now what can Illusion do from that position? Back onto Pachinki. So many teams just been hanging out. We've seen some damage back and forth. Maybe a knock or two in the kill feed. But it's going to be on phase 6 in 20 seconds. That's really going to see where the cards are all laid out on. And I think more than anyone else, you got to give it to SDK with the church position, the high ground position overlooking Pachinki. They're in a prime spot to pick up a bunch of points, a bunch of kills.
No, actually, they've got great sight lines down. Radiant's got 7 kills on the board already. Actually, Gaxy's already spotted out one of the members of Illusion. But right now, I mean, what they've got, they should hold on to. I think you're absolutely right. The situation on the edge of Pachinki is going to be pretty crazy. Once this circle starts moving, unless anybody's found something to move to, which there isn't an awful lot considering where these teams are positioned, it's going to be difficult.
Actually, a knock against STK. But fortunately, all the teams in Pachinki are still going to have to deal with each other before they go to the church. I feel like it does give STK a little bit of time to stabilize, and Tiggle takes a lot of damage as well. As we see multiple members of Liberate attempt to cross the road to get inside, but it's not just Sonics, it's not just Oath, it's also Dodge there as well as Sharp Shot, and 2 knocks against Liberate. Oath, they're pushing in. It's going to be a Zerg rush coming out. 2 full kills secured as well, and that's a 3rd found by Snakers. Guab goes down. It is just Ice Tech remaining for Liberate. Utility comes out.
Oath actually making a bit of a push here ahead of the circle. Blue not forcing them just yet, but it is slowly shifting. They're going to get a smoke line down to try and pressure towards Corsac. He's only in a shack, though. And there is one member of Liberate, as you said, behind this. I doubt he's got eyes on it because he's biding his time. He's actually tanking Blue. He's going to get that first aid kit off. But Oath have actually made it to the backside of the church. This is pretty big for them.
Ooh, with a couple of shots from Purdy, hanging out on the flank just to make sure that if something like this couldn't happen. And now comes Isaac as well. At least gets a little bit of damage, gets a knock and a secure onto Relo. Still 3 up for Oath. Sharp Shot. Are they aware of anyone playing in that tower? I don't know if Oath know how dangerous their position currently is. We know that they can fight themselves out of bad spots, but instead they just push up into church. They just take it for free. SCK weren't playing the compound at all. They were just playing the hills surrounding it. This could give Oath a little bit of an opportunity. That is, if Sonics and Dodge don't come rolling up in the same path that they did.
Yeah, actually, SCK not really getting a lot of value off this positioning initially, and most people from Pachinki are going to die out. I mean, I say that. There was a lot of people in there, but 3 teams kind of surviving to the edge. Obviously, Oath making it up there is huge. Sonics keeping 4 alive down at this satellite house. Crop actually going to find Belfast at the top of the hill, and this is giving a lot of audio information over to Sonics now. Here comes the utility over to the backside. Shrimsy going to open up with the barrel. Doesn't find anything initially, and now SDK, they open up. Luke will knock Shrimsy.
A lot of damage against Dodge. Mime is trying to secure these kills, secure these points. There's just one player remaining. Gets the first aid kit off and unprones, and actually even gets a knock against Mime.
Oh!
Crop still alive after all of this, but for how much longer? Because more nades are coming in from H-Win as well as Oath, peeking over the ridge now that they have stabilized their own position. H-Win going for the revive, wants to have at least one teammate in these things. Oh, a nade just barely doesn't knock them. And Molotov also comes out.
Oh, this is terrible for H-Win. He's on fire now. Here comes the push from Snakers.
Snakers?
Actually, yeah, Snakers lost that one.
How did Snakers get to that position?
Well, how did Snakers get down there, and how did he lose the 1v1 to H-Win when he was on fire and couldn't ADS? I don't know.
But neither team wins. Yeah, it doesn't matter because both teams are actually dead because STK is still here. What remains of them? Uncivil and Luke playing this position. Purdy wasn't able to get back to them, but they're still holding strong as 2. Make it into the top 4. We've seen all the teams, at least a lot of them, get deleted in just past couple of minutes. And in the meantime, watching this Pachinki fight, Radiance have been pushing further and further in, taking out Illusion, taking over the space that HEC had prior, and now they want Zenith's location. True conquerors that they are. 9 kills already, make that 10.
Yeah, this is much better from Radiance to close out the day in match 4 here, and arguably in a pretty strong position. You can see a very good defensive line throughout the circle on the minimap. Zenith kind of all bunched together, so utility, if Radiance have any and can get close enough to utilize it, is going to be deadly for them, but throwing uphill is going to be a big ask for them. Roth actually going to get picked off by Gaxi, so that could be the opening for them to push up on this.
More and more damage, more and more pressure coming out from Radiance. Gaxi trying to find the shots, can't find them on a kickstart. And Leda is also still up. We know how good of shots Zenith members are. But the Molly's going to come out. Does that knock? Does that hit Leda? I think it lands on the wrong side of the rock, just barely. More utility comes out. More pressure comes forward from both squads, actually. More Molotovs don't find their mark. How long will these smokes from Zenith last? Another spray into the smoke. Still doesn't fully find the knock.
Yeah, now things slowing down a little bit. Obviously after Gaxi found that initial knock, and later now going to get a little bit of a tag off the side of that Molotov kickstart. Still trying to pressure away, but Radiance is slowly moving closer and closer, and as soon as these smokes dissipate, Zenith are going to be screwed, and there you go. Kickstart will fall again to the barrel of Gaxi. So it's just later now. All he's got is a buggy and a rock, and he's going to get found underneath. Waldo will land the final blow. Just two teams alive now. 4v2 situation for Radiance. STK at the hilltop. They have the high ground, but Radiance have the position on the circle.
Oh, yeah. I think Radiance, this would have to be a big throw or a big clutch by STK, I think, if it would go their direction. Not only is it 4 versus 2, they have such a big wide flank, and they have the ability to play trades. That's something that STK absolutely do not have in their favor. And Civil, you can see with the bolt action brought out, hoping that someone peeks him a little aggressively, you can find an opening knock. But that might be a little bit tall of a task. Fortunately for them, they don't have to move just yet, though we all know where center is going to be. Basically, right between Los and Gaxi. Shot comes out, takes a lot more in return than he gave. Forced to bandage. This is a good play by Radiance. They're playing it just as slow as they need to. They are not giving STK any opportunities, but also not giving them any room at all. McCoy pushes up. He's got the close range weapon of the Groza, and he's not being spotted because of the distraction. Right when I say they're playing it slow, McCoy and Gaxi actually push up, and they're going to play this as two duos. 2 in the back, 2 in the front.
Yeah, actually, the utility going to go uphill towards SDK. Nothing going to land initially. I mean, Uncivil and Luke can still do damage from this position. You can see Lost sitting back with that MK playing anchor. But Radiance really want to get these last 2 kills to close out the win. And I mean, it would be a fantastic end to the day if SDK could get some kind of consolation prize here, or dare I say, even come and clutch this up, but it's looking bleak for them.
Yeah, especially because of that pressure, and look at the wrap coming out from Gaxi and Waldo. They know exactly where STK are. They're inside the smoke. They're inside a tiny itty-bitty corridor. That's already 1. That's 2. Not even given an opportunity, and we said Radiance, this was their time to come up with a big game, and it's a 15-kill winner for them, so this should bring them right back up that leaderboard.
I mean, I guess they heard me at the start of that game there. Obviously, they needed to end today in a good position. They've absolutely done that. Yeah,
and with a pretty dominant game as well. They avoided all the nonsense, all the mess that was Pachinki. But it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was an easy game for them, though. It's not like they just hung out center. They did have to fight through multiple teams, those hardships, 303. And then who was next up to bat?
Well, I mean, to be one of the teams that, to be one of the teams that fights in, obviously, outside of the city and kind of clears your edge. Obviously, they cleaned up 303 really well down at Pachinki Red at the bottom of the hill, obviously, eventually finding Honey Badger, and that just gifted them so much space after that circle shifted to the west. Really good sweep background up towards Highway, and just a really well executed game.
Yeah, and a good kill as well. I think there's going to be a lot of points that they so desperately need. I don't know exactly where we're going to end up on the leaderboard, but for a team that was expected to be in the top 3, top 5 from the very beginning, definitely a necessary game for them coming out. This was the final game, so that's it for Erangel for this week. It's just 4 Miramar coming up next, and I think the team's priorities are going to be different there. But that's it for us. Let's go back to the desk as we close the day out.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are here once again on the analyst desk, the final analyst desk of the night, which also means it is time for your final coupon of the night. I know we're all very excited about our coupies. Just remember, in the add bonus gift code section of the Pick'em Challenge event tab. All right, last code 75QN3QUDVMBH. Easy
Solid.
peasy.
Nice
75QN3QUDVMBH. Go in there, try to get a hold of one of those coupons, get your pick'ems up, and now that we've gotten through halfway, it's starting to look a little separation coming out here, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about, I think, all day point sponges, right? And what that was going to do for the leaderboard and for a lot of teams. And point sponges today, definitely indeed, between a couple of teams. But that said, doesn't mean that the top teams were the ones that were doing the sponging. And we did see quite a bit of catch-up from a couple of teams that were sitting in the mid-pack going into today.
Well, I mean, Godspeed, we touched on it before going into this last game. There was teams that needed to have something go their way. I think we both kind of singled out Radiance as one of those teams, as they're really good on Miramar. Maybe if they could get a good game here on the final game on Erangel, they could be looking good going into tomorrow. Well, they did just that.
Yeah, I mean, Radiance definitely was the team that we had both kind of harped on. Even Pac, Pac was talking about it before the start of that game. I mean, because we're all looking at Radiance. We're all looking at a team that we know is definitely one of the stronger ones in the lobby. They've really come together, especially with the addition of Gaxi. And so, yeah, they struggled today. But coming out and finishing it, I think they had 14, 15 kills. Yeah. And the dub, that's huge. I mean, it was 25 points that they desperately needed going into tomorrow. You know what I mean? With that confidence into Miramar, which is a map that they do well on, that's big for Radiance. It's what they needed. Sadly, I wish some of the other teams that needed the points desperately would have, kind of stepped up the way Radiance did, but they didn't. Also, that was, I don't think I can tell you how many 1v1s I've won as an on-fire player, but that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think he was expecting to come emerging from the smoke, a man with a barrel that's lit on fire? That's probably the scariest.
I think that probably scared the hell out of, I think it was Snakers that was the last member. Yeah, that probably scared the hell. I don't blame him, man. That would have scared the hell out of me, too.
Well, Clover, you touched on it a little bit. H-Win having himself a hell of a day, and even though Sonic's going out early, they still end up getting a nice little chunk of kills, and a lot of that just based off of H-Win's performance.
Yeah, I think the story last week was Tiggleton, and when we started today, that was kind of what we touched on, right? In kills and damage, we do continue to see Tig to be the leader on there, but H-Win had a phenomenal day for himself. When you look at Sonic's performance last week, H-Win had the shortest time alive by a decent margin compared to the rest of the Sonics, and that's nothing really bad on him. It just was kind of, I think, an unfortunate situation that the Sonics kept falling into. We'd see Tig up very late, separate from the rest of the team, whereas this week, that is what we've really seen come out of H-Win. He's been consistently the last player still standing, putting down tons of kills, points, damage, everything across the board for Sonics. And I think by learning from some of those weaknesses last week, we've really seen them grow.
Yeah, as you said, not only collecting extra placement points, which everybody obviously so desperately needs in these grand finals, but also collecting those kills, collecting damage, going out there and being a point sponge for his squad. Let's take a look at that last match leaderboard. Once again, Radiance coming in with 15 kills and the win, 25 big points in their pocket.
Ooh.
But look at that, shoot to kill. Sonics, both of these teams continuing to, Sonic's continuing to have a good day. Shoot to kill kind of turning things around a little bit, Clover.
Yeah, this was I don't want to say a fantastic day from them, but a good day to get them enough. Quite a bit of a jump on the leaderboard, which we'll get to in just a moment for the overall. But I mean, Sonic's consistently putting down a lot of double-digit scores in today's games. Zenith down in 4th place, only 10 points this match. That's another team that we've seen take a very big leap on the overall leaderboard. And going into Miramar, as you said, which is a strength for Radiance of some of these other squads that could use a little bit of help. I think when you're those teams, you want to try to do as well in Erangel if that's a map that you're best at, which is typically what we see out of Shoot to Kill, right? We like to say that this is their map at Gaxi, Waldo, Radiance. It's a great way to finish for Radiance. You want to go into tomorrow confident.
Look at Gaxi with those 6 kills. Godspeed.
That's me.
What's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, brother?
Not too much, my man. Hey, so we were talking a little bit about teams that are performing okay, performing well, performing better than average, but also kind of looking at this situation where maybe looking back at today with a little bit of regret, thinking that maybe they could have done a little bit better, specifically talking about Zenith.
Yeah, that, man, they're still in a good position on the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely.
It's not like they're struggling. It's just there's so many points left on the table, I feel like, for Zenith, and they really should be closer to first place right now than they currently are, and that's kind of the problem with those guys. Looking at this real quick, though, Radiant's cleaned up so well. I mean, look at the damage. You also have Luke and Tig on there, but that was very much Radiant's game. They really fought coming in from the north to secure the position that they did, and that was a hell of a game for them. I wish, the other teams would have hell of a games. We just talked about Zenith leaving some points on the table, but really, I'm starting to shift my focus to everyone on the bottom of the leaderboard, because tomorrow is the very last day that these guys are going to have to really set themselves up to get some good momentum going into the final week. And if they don't do that, I think it's too late. I think if the teams that are struggling tomorrow continue to struggle tomorrow, your Dodges, your 3-3s, your Carnage, your Illusions, Duels, even Comets, Fabled is kind of that cusp for me where they can still continue to do somewhat well and stay, relative within the top 8. But I mean, 11th place down to 16th. These guys need to have really, really big impact days tomorrow. Otherwise, I think their tournament is over as far as hopes and dreams of trying to win this thing.
Some pretty big point shelves there, Clover. Looking even between first and second, but then from fourth to fifth, and then from 9th to 10th. Who are you looking at particularly going into tomorrow on to Miramar? I know there's quite a few teams that we look at as more Miramar teams. Anybody standing out to you?
As Godspeed said, right? Fabled. I think that there is an opportunity that they could come back. We've seen really good performance, especially Greg Shot, Hacksetti, Hella even on Miramar. And they're only 9 points behind Radiance. Radiance in 5th place. So between 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all of these teams, they're really one game apart from each other. And I think, as you said, with those point shells breaking through, kind of jumping up to that next notch, that next tier, it just takes one good game, one good win, double-digit points. I think that there's redemption possible for any of those teams. But as Godspeed said, it's the guys that are at the bottom, the very bottom, where you kind of start to stress and worry about, because at that point, when you're that many shelves down the ladder, it's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, for them to climb back to the top.
Rough stuff indeed. And I mean, specifically looking at Fabled, we talk about they're doing a fantastic job with kills, with damage. I mean, you see these Fabled players like Greg Shot up here on these boards, but at the same time, 19 placement points, and they got 10 of those off of that one win. They just have not been able to find the late game as we check in on the total damage here. But, look, there's nothing saying that Fable can't turn things around on Miramar, but you got to imagine that that's got to be priority one, right? Is getting these, keeping 4 up into the top 8 at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just feel like I think sure. I think we both have strong opinions about the way that Fabled's been playing and some of the types of opinions that we've had on other teams. Decisions to crash or hold on to certain compounds for too long. Really maybe even doing a 2-2 split in a really awkward situation that we kind of saw earlier today with some teams, right? And giving away free points. These are the types of plays that some of these teams in the mid really need to kind of go back, review your VODs, figure out what went wrong, and try not to replicate those mistakes going forward.
Well, I want to give credit where credit is due. We kind of brushed over it during the kills, but you can see him once again here on the Nox. Marcelic is having just an absolute breakout performance here through the first 3 days of the finals. Godspeed. Who else is kind of sticking out to you? I mean, as far as individual performances,
Norcus for sure as well. I mean, he's really been in there with Marcelic, and then also, Tig is talk about him so much, but I mean, there's a reason. He took a break, he came back, he's on one of the strongest rosters in North America, and he's performing again. And that's really the thing that is most impressive, and that's why I think Sonics are starting to really gel. But then you also have Oath, who are also, they're PCS Charity Showdown champions. These guys are another one of the best rosters out there on the field, and I'm not surprised to see Bale or Snakers or Reller or Pat. Like none of all these guys, you know, they should be on the leaderboards and they are. So there's really nothing to say about Oath. I mean, they're just really good and they're staying consistent there. I did make a comment earlier about them, you know, kind of being inconsistent in their point gains because they've had like 0-point games, like actually multiple, but then coming off with big wins. But I mean, I guess there's some consistency in that as well. And, you know, they're still in the top 3. So hats off to Oath.
Well, there you go. That is going to wrap it up for day number 1 here of week number 2. So Erangel is out of the way, and Miramar is just dusty, sunny, ready, waiting to go for tomorrow. And I believe it's going to be you two that are going to have the pleasure of taking us through those games there tomorrow. But we are going to take a quick look at our overview one more time before we take off for the night, rather. You can see you will have us here tomorrow on the 4th, but if you are a night owl or if you are hanging out anywhere else in the world, make sure you tune in to PCS2 Asia. Those guys have been having some phenomenal games over there. In particular, just the Korean-Chinese rivalry, very much alive and well in all parts of that Asia PCS2. And then once we get over to the weekend, make sure you check out PCS2 in APAC and EU, where they will be closing up things for their week 2s as well before heading into the final weekends. And that's all I got, man. We got any final thoughts, Godspeed, on the way out?
Teams on the bottom, man. You got to do something, otherwise you're gonna drown out there, and it's not gonna be the result you want. I really want the teams on the bottom to figure something out, man. Pull it together, please.
Clover?
I mean, I agree with Godspeed. Definitely seems a couple of teams need to figure some things out. I also want to say that I think today is the first time we've had a full day of Erangel without a single toxic circle. And so I'm really hoping that Godspeed and I's luck changes that, and then we get all the toxic Miramar circles tomorrow, which will give an opportunity for some of those teams as well, I think, struggle to try and adapt and show what they're capable of. But we'll see. Islands, player unknown if you're listening.
Always down for island circles.
Island circles are the absolute worst, and you guys are trolls. You're absolutely wrong.
Big true.
In every respect. But that's going to do it for us, guys. Once again, thank you so much for watching us. Make sure you guys go out, check out Season 8 of PUBG, on live right now, and do that hashtag Live to Survive. Go out there, go out, play with our friend Fry the Pan. Go check out those new gasoline physics. All the fun stuff. All the fun stuff.
Heck yes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Godspeed actually has got a full body Fry the Pan costume that he is ready to wear.
Yeah. Maybe I'll bust it out.
Maybe tomorrow? Okay, well, that's going to do it for us, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us, and play more PUBG, as Toffee says. Good night.